Hey, hey, what's up, everybody? How you doing? I am here. Thank you for joining me this morning. I'm gonna go ahead and knock out my quick disclaimer before everyone gets here. Sorry, guys. I'm not a medical professional. Nothing I say is intended to be health advice. Any major changes that you make to your diet or any other aspect of your lifestyle is something that you should consult with a licensed medical professional before enacting in the real world. Nothing I say is intended to be recreated at home. Nothing I say is a recommendation for investment. I'm not a financial advisor. I'm also a law-abiding citizen. Nothing I say that happens to be illegal in any country, anywhere in the world, is anything but fiction added for entertainment purposes. That being said, we got 4 people here. Welcome, everybody. It's so good to see you. I'm actually pretty excited about this stream because the last stream went so well. I'm going to go ahead and do a few greetings right now for the people that got here sweet and early in the morning. Let me go back up. Raheem Khan, thank you for being our first chatter today. It is real that I have left the industry to some extent, but we're trying to reimagine the world in a new image, and if someday that those two things are ever able to align, you might see me again in some regard, but it definitely won't be as part of the mainstream industry. It would be something very much standalone, more educational, and in my opinion, morally acceptable, because it would be more of an educational based content. Anthony, welcome. Good to see you. It's been a while. Brenda J. Lamore, welcome. If this is your first time, I'm so happy to have you. Daniel Bombs, thank you for being a fan. I'm also very happy to have you here, if you're new, or even if you're not new, for that matter. Marie, thank you for coming back. This is becoming a regular thing. I'm happy to see you. Melanie, I adore you. And Noy, I adore you as well. You are both very, very integral parts of this thing. Melindy, welcome. Happy to have you. To answer your, Brenda says, love the hair still, but the Superman curl still gets me. You remember that? That's so funny. I do have a Superman curl. It's right. Oh wait, no, I think it's this. It's normally right here. This is the would-be Superman curl right here. If it was short, it would just be like, let's see, Katerina Galani, thank you for coming. You're normally on IG, Brenda. Yeah, it's sad about the IG. They though perhaps not that I'm going to switch away from here. I'm pretty happy with the progress on YouTube, but I did notice, even though that they do seem to have me selectively downgraded on Instagram still, they finally appealed the thing. I wasn't eligible to do the GIFs or whatever on live stream, even though I was basically mostly exclusively live streaming there, because they said that I didn't live in an eligible country, even though I'm American. But I traveled so much and I spent so much time in Mexico that they had me listed as a Mexican local. So I wasn't allowed to monetize that, but they finally got me back into, they finally figured out I was American due to my appeal after a year or 2 years, however long it's been since I was in Cozumel. And yeah, so they're letting me monetize, which I think is actually kind of fucked up. Like, so what if I live in Mexico? I can't monetize in Mexico? That's fucking terrible. It's, anyways, so tension OR ready, waiting. Which do you like most? Share your experience on set. Oh no, I'm not doing any experiences on set, Anthony. This is not the basis of what we're talking about here. I didn't leave the industry so that I could come talk about the industry. You know what I'm saying? I left the industry because it doesn't align with my my values. So as much as, you know, the scene that you're mentioning and the person that you're mentioning is a lovely person and a lovely scene, and I have enjoyed working for that company, it's not really the premise of this particular outlet online. So I'm going to circumnavigate that that question. It's been like 2 years, huh, Brenda? Yeah, I mean, it was one of the most unfortunate things ever when they shut me down on Instagram. I remember the moment so clearly. I know exactly where I was sitting. I was sitting in a swing in Tulum at the coffee shop. I forgot the name of the coffee shop, but it's like just right there off of Avenida Tulum, in between like right, anyways, it doesn't really matter. I remember the exact spot when I was sitting, and I watched my room drop from 140 people to 2 instantly, and I was like, and it never came back. I'm just like, okay, well, the powers that be, you know. Anyways, it's cool because I guess whatever, you know. I don't know what I expected from that company anyways. We knew that they were part of the evil agenda to begin with. So, can't be too surprised, you know. I was kind of like, you know, going up against everything that they were helping to do on their own network. So I suppose that I could have expected it. But, you know, it was early days into our new world of totalitarianism. And yeah, I guess we were all used to having free speech and all that. And we didn't, you know, it kind of blindsided me and I think everybody else when they took away free speech, you know, on the internet. Last thing anyone would ever expect. But it's good that X is alive and well. And luckily, I think that we're okay here because I don't know if they'll eventually go against the spiritual content. I hope not. I think it's a really, really bad sign for society if they start silencing spiritual influencers. I don't even know if I'm considered an influencer at this point, but probably not actually, but it would still be a bad sign if they were silencing spiritual people online. You know, that being said, when did I leave the industry? Well, I did one scene last month, and you know, the last few scenes I've been doing have been for Belisa because you know, I really am close with the director Jackie St. James and her husband Eddie Powell, who has been one of my closest directors in the industry for a long time. And you know, the premise for their scenes is always very natural. It's like a blind date or some kind of, you know, thing where they basically always let you, like, they ask you who you want to work with, so you can choose from people that you have a connection with and that you already know that you like. And so it was very well in alignment, but the thing is that they changed the testing protocols, and these tests are very expensive. They're like, it's like for a single test in the industry, which we have to do every 2 weeks, it's $255. There is a company that has a monthly unlimited testing pass for $400. So anyways, I went and I got the monthly pass because I thought I was going to do 2 scenes that month. And then when I got there, the girl goes, you know, I do draw blood, I do the pee, or I'm getting ready to do the throat swab. And she's like, oh, we got new swab tests, so don't freak out. They just have brown swabs. I'm like, brown swabs? I was like, she's like, yeah, I think it's a really weird color for a swab. I was like, yeah, I guess that is kind of weird, right? And she goes, yeah, people keep saying they taste really bad too. I was like, is there something on the swab? She's like, no, it's just a swab. I was like, can I see the test? And so she shows me the test packet. It looks exactly like the COVID ones did, which it didn't used to be like that. They used to just use a generic swab, put it in the tube, call it a day, right? Now it comes in a kit similar to the COVID PCR test that they used to do, which is why I retired originally for 3 years, because I didn't want to take that test. Well, I looked at the swab, and the swab is like 80 or 90% like tan. It has a little white ring at the bottom, and it's like very obvious, and it had a slightly different texture on most of the swab except for the white part. And I'm like, this has obviously been dipped in something, right? The chick already told me it tastes weird, and I'm just like, are you sure? Because the COVID test, they told me, had a reagent on the swab, and that's why I stopped taking it. That's why I refused to take it after that and quit the industry for 3 years. It's like, no, it's just a new test. Like, it's just how they do it. I'm like, I'm good. Cancel that. No swabs for me. So luckily I went and did that one scene because the chick wasn't really tripping on the swabs, because I'm a straight guy and there's very low chances of me getting anything in my throat. And so that was good. But then the next scene, the chick wanted the swab, so I canceled. And yeah, so it was like I fucking spent the $400 for, you know, the one scene. So it's kind of like a smack in the face, kind of like, why are you doing that anyways? Like, why are you doing scenes? Why are you putting yourself out there like that? So I'm like pretty much officially retired at this point, because I just don't see everything ever lining up again unless I had like a girlfriend. But I also wouldn't probably go for anyone that's already in the industry, and I also wouldn't encourage anyone to start. So it's kind of like, you know, a very unlikely situation that I will ever find an acceptable outlet for that industry again. And so, you know, I still love women. I still love interaction, but I'm not risking my health, and I'm not going to go do scenes for like companies that are, you know, doing those cheesy or degrading like porn scenarios or whatever. I'm just not into it. So putting that kind of behind me. Plus I'm really honestly like trying to get over to Asia, where I've never been to Asia, and I want to tour through Asia and eventually try to maybe settle in India. And you know, the industry is totally illegal in basically all the countries I want to go to except for Japan. So there's just a lot of things coming together that have pushed me away from the industry. On top of it, they kind of have like, there's like a, the same, like I'm pretty sure I've been demoted on the biggest tube site. Everyone knows which one it is, as well, even though I have over 1 billion views historically on that site. It seems like more or less when I post my own content there, they don't promote it at all. So I think that just in general, maybe like it's not just that I'm taking a step back from the industry, but I think the industry is also taking a step back from me, because the things that I'm talking about don't align with their values, because I'm not willing to degrade myself the way that they want me to, because I'm encouraging other people to be celibate and practice, conserving their vital essences. Pretty much everything that I'm about is the opposite of everything that they're about. And so, with the exception of very few companies, there's just not much left there for me. And yeah, I don't know. It is what it is. Melanie says, the picture of the little shelter you built on the beach was really great. Is it still standing? I didn't check. I just built it that one day and then I left. I don't know if it's still standing. I was thinking, I hope people add more rocks to the front of it to like guard it from when the tide comes in. But it actually wasn't as little as it looked. Like it's the wide angle lens and Sam standing in the front made Sam look bigger and the structure look smaller. That's the way that, I'm saying that depth perception works on photos. And that thing was actually like 10 or 12 feet tall, if you could believe that. Some of those, like those pieces of wood, the central pillars were like extremely heavy. And I just used leverage. I was pretty like innovative with how I did it. I took like 4 poles, I stacked 3 into like a teepee on the ground, and I used a 4th one to like lever them all up, and then I just make it tighter and taller, and then I just added the rest of it to it. You know what I'm saying? Once I like the most of the frame, I just started picking up like big armfuls of the smaller bamboo sticks and all that was on the beach, and I just like started throwing them on there, and then I just cleaned it out. It literally only took like 2-3 hours. But the cool thing was, that's like, I've done 3 of those now. Whenever I find a beach I like that has a lot of driftwood, I just start making a little thing. And the cool thing is that 2 out of the 3 times that I've done that, other people on the beach started building them too. So I'm like trying to start like a little thing, because it's like, there's some of these beaches are really nice. They got tons of driftwood sitting around. It's like nobody cleans up the wood. So why don't we have any shade? Like, let's make some little teepees. Anyways, I don't know. It's like a little weird hobby, but it's fun. I like to sit in there and meditate and do yoga and stuff. Like, it's kind of a vibe. Like, get out of the sun, get in your little hut. You know what I mean? You got the wood and from the first person point of view, it's kind of ascetic. It reminds me of being back in, in Tulum or where, in a tropical place, because all I'm seeing is driftwood and ocean. So, I don't know. It is what it is, I guess. It'll be interesting. I love that area. I'm definitely going back. It's my new favorite place in the United States, is Santa Barbara. Like, I'm just like, I left, but I'm already like, why did I leave? I want to be back. Like, this is so not as good here. What's up, Xana? Welcome. Frankita, welcome from Germany. They are not too busy at the moment to silence. Yeah, that's true, I guess. They get paid a lot for the Geico commercials. Yeah, you know, I got a good deal on my car insurance, that's for sure. Brenda says, let's see. Have I ever dated somebody from outside the industry? Yeah, most of the people I've dated was from outside the industry, but it was, I pretty much exclusively have like dated fans for many years now. You know, some of those fans were, you know, in other aspects of the industry like webcam, but they were still fans. And you know, I ended up doing some scenes with them because they're already putting themselves out there on webcam anyway, so I didn't really feel like a major moral dilemma there. But yeah, I pretty much just, I mean, you know, why would I go through the hassle of dealing with anything that wasn't a fan in the West? You know, I'm not gonna even go as far as to say the Western world, because maybe some other countries are different, but it's pretty slim pickings as far as like mental disposition here in the States. Like, I would say there's attractive women, but you know, the once the whole like ethics and personality and all that comes into play, I find that the United States is quite desolate in the relationship department. It's really, really, I'm like, there are good people, I'm sure, but, and good women, but it's just, I never come across them. You know, and they never fail to disappoint here. You know what I'm saying? Like, you pretty much, if you want to, like, in my opinion, you know, if you want to date a woman in the United States nowadays, you pretty much have to like humiliation. You know what I mean? Because they're always pretty much going to cheat and talk to other people and seek attention online and blah, 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 and all kinds of things which I just don't desire in a partner, because I'm very, very happy by myself. And as much as I would love to have somebody with me on this journey, I am in no way making any compromises, like zero compromise. And like, I would have, honestly, with my lifestyle as it is, you know, I just, it would take most people could not hang. Most women could not hang. Like, it would take a very, very, very unique person. But if that ever did happen, I think it would be like literally paradise, heaven on earth, because it would just be floating around with the dog, traveling and doing nature and all that stuff, which is what I'm all about now. But yeah, I don't know. It's just kind of hard to imagine. Let's see. Good morning, Asher. Welcome. Noah has a question. It says, do you think your spirituality took me away from the industry? Nah. No, not really, because like my you know, we talked a lot about virtue and stuff last time, and for the most part, like, you know, most of my values were like in place before my spirituality like rose, which is probably, they kind of probably go, you know, that is probably part of the reason why I've managed to make spiritual progress, because, you know, your intention matters a lot. And, you know, some of the things that I've done are questionable, you know, spiritually. But my intentions are not questionable. And, you know, that which is greater than ourselves, and that which knows us the best, knows your intentions. So the purity of intention, I think, has been in place for a long time. So there hasn't been a major shift there. I don't think, but you know, I think that perhaps like my new found passion for spirituality has made you know, some companies and stuff in the industry want to distance from me, and I don't think that the industry as itself really wants to see me cross over, because it's going to create a precedence which is going to be negative for their negative for that industry, I guess. Now I could be over estimating like how much thought process actually goes into anything, but I think that not. So I could be right, I could be wrong, but that's the way I see it, you know. Katerina Galani says, come to Greece too so we can act together. Well, there you have it. See, it's, you know, you never know what could happen. There's still willing participants out there in the world, but I'm just trying to get away from, you know, the cap in this industry is just, it's just too low also. Like I just don't see where it can go. It doesn't seem like it has any kind of real destination. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's like, I don't know. It's just not that interesting to me anymore. Like, you know, I've had great scenes and I've had great experience in those scenes, but those no experience, even my best experience on camera doesn't compare to like my average experience when I'm with a woman off camera, you know, because I've managed to, you know, take all that knowledge and skill that I developed, you know, not just in the industry, but also through having like a above average access to very attractive women outside the industry, that you know, my thought process is not really like my path to advancement and of continuing my mastery is not something that can be shown necessarily on camera in a way that is desirable to people who are consuming that type of content, because you know, I'm more about the reaction and the feelings and the, you know, the ecstasy that I can create within a woman. You know, I'm not about the show. I'm not about the trying to create the most explicit image possible so that people at home can relieve themselves. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm more interested in, you know, creating the most ecstatic feeling possible inside of another person, physically, myself, you know, while I'm doing that. And you know, that's not as camera friendly necessarily as whatever is normally going on a set, because, you know, let's just face it, nobody, like, very few people are subscribing to videos that are like 2 hours of man blanketing. You know what I'm saying? Like, where'd she go? Is she still down there? I think she's under there. Like, oh, I heard something. Oh, something's definitely happening under there. Oh, something big is happening under there. Oh, wow. Oh, I heard. Wow, that sounds intense. But I can't see anything. What's going on? Like, you know what I'm saying? Because also too, like a big part of my like progress is not necessarily like that, you know, I mastered the art of the stroke a long time ago, but that's not the real key to going to the highest level. There is no, you know what I'm saying, like the stroke can only be so good. If you want to continue you know, your golf game, improving your stroke in your golf game, then you know, the key is learning to work with the energy inside your body. And once you learn to work with the energy inside your own body, then you can learn to work with the energy inside somebody else's body. You know, because when you're doing this act, this is kind of like a manual override where you're getting access, direct access into someone else's aura, right? You know, normally, like, if depending on, you know, someone's state or whatever, you know, their aura could be open or closed based upon their mental state. But in that state, in that physical process, it opens everything up and gives you access. Now, most people don't know how to work with their own energies, and if they don't know how to work with their own energies, they don't know how to work with somebody else's energies. But I do, you know, and that act is like manual override into somebody else's aura, you know. So that's also why it's like really super important to align with the person that you're doing that with, because there is going to be an energetic exchange, like, especially like, and even more so, you know, the more spiritually heightened that you are, if that makes sense. Yeah, it's a common thing, Brenda. Like the industry, it's not just our industry, it's every industry. Like it's like, you know, if you want to be successful, you have to sell your soul. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's really hard to, like, you know, break through the barrier without eventually doing something that you don't want to do. And I made the stand a long time ago to not. You know what I'm saying? So I'm an unpliable person, and I'm also not influenced by money, really. You know what I'm saying? Like, as a matter of, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm pretty much diving headfirst into an ascetic lifestyle. Now, you know, physical interaction with the opposite sex is a big part of who I am, and it's an important thing to me. I can go without that for a long time. It's not a need, it's not a desire, but I also don't feel that it's part of my asceticism to not do it. I just don't, you know what I'm saying? I believe that there should be moderation in everything, even in moderation. You know what I'm saying? So you should be moderate in moderation as well as being moderate in everything else. Do you know what I'm saying? Or at least that's my own school of thought. Because to be overly to overdo the moderation is not moderation at all. You know what I'm saying? If you make a stand, be like, I'm never going to have sex for the rest of my life. That's not moderate. You know what I mean? Like, you went too far. So, or at least that's the way I feel about myself, you know? If I don't do it for a year, it's going to be so much better when I do it. I know that also. And for me, I'm kind of like, I love pleasures. You know, I like the earthly things. Like, I'm here for that. You know what I'm saying? I didn't, you know, why would I even be here? Why come here to begin with if I wasn't going to enjoy the delights? But I just I'm just not going to let them rule over my life. I'm not going to let them rule over my mind. I'm not going to let them rule over my body. I'm not going to let them rule over my consciousness. I'm not going to let anything rule over my virtue or my values or my morals. Like, I'm just not that guy. And the other thing is, like I said, I'm trying to move to India. Like, I'm not trying to move to like Mumbai. I'm trying to move to like a place where there's like no people there. You know what I'm saying? Like I want to like walk down to like, I don't even want to have to walk to the village. I want to like go walk to the neighbor's house that's like a mile away and, you know, see what I can buy from their garden, you know, when I need food. Something like that. Like that lifestyle appeals to me. So it makes me a hard person to manipulate because I find enjoyment in simplicity. You know what I'm saying? Like for me, very much so, less is more. You know, I understand that money is a store of value and a way to direct energy in our modern days. And for that reason, and also you just need it in general to survive nowadays. So it's like I'm not turning down any money. In fact, you know, bring it on. But I'm also not going to do anything I don't want to do for it. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, and that, sorry, I froze for there for a second. And that's always been my my method of thought. That's why I was in the industry to begin with, because I only was willing to do something for work that I would want to do anyways. You know what I'm saying? And my methodology there has not changed. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why I'm trying to make this work, because right now, what I'm into, what brings me joy, is communicating with you fine people. Like, I like that there's a new group of people that aren't just fully obsessed with adult industry. Like, there's spiritual people that are gravitating towards the things that I say. It's not like an ego thing, like I want people to listen to me. It's that I like this type of person. This is what I want around me. And I think that it's an amazing system to where I can come talk about the things that I'm passionate about and that matter to me, and that somehow I'm attaining some type of exceptional knowledge about just through my experiences. And at the same time, that draws in the exact type of person that I want to interact with and I want around me, you know. And like I said, I'm not really, you know, banking on a relationship, but if I do ever find a relationship that's going to work for me, I'm pretty much positive I'm not going to find them walking down the street or, you know, something else like that. It's probably going to be that they seen one of these recordings or lives or something of a spiritual nature and realized, you know, that they're gonna see me as what I am looking for in them. You know what I'm saying? Like when you become a healed person, you have the ability to heal other people, but that's not really like a, you know, a karmatically positive thing. Like, you shouldn't involve yourself in other people's karma. And so especially if you want to bring someone in that close to where you're going to form like a long-lasting bond with them, you know, you want to be with another healed person. Like, I don't know that many healed people. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know there's a lot of people around me and even here that are in the process of healing, but there's not that many people that it's very rare nowadays, at least in the Western world, to come across a person that is truly healed. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you want to be really super, I don't even know, like something that I'm not trying to be, you could say like everybody's traumas are wearing on their sleeves. But basically, like, if somebody even mentioned that they have some kind of existing trauma to me, I would immediately say no. Like, that's not for me. Like, I cut off the relationship because you have trauma. That might not be a nice thing to say or might not necessarily help, but I'm just not going to have that in my vicinity in my life. Like, I'm not here. You know what I'm saying? If somebody wants my assistance dealing with trauma, like, there has to be some type of an exchange, not just me being like, oh yeah, it's cool, here, fucking, like, let's Let's buddy up and be trauma buddies. Like, I don't have any trauma left. My trauma's gone. I mean, the only trauma I have is physical trauma. You know what I'm saying? Which is also a weird, interesting thing, which I've noticed, is that physical trauma mimics the effects of emotional trauma. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have literal physical trauma, like in my hips, from doing all those scenes, right? And also in my sacral iliac has been like a major, these have been like, especially my right hip, because that's the hip that I used to always have to spin out, rotate outwards on camera to allow to move my, you know, thigh muscle out of the way of the camera, because they like to put the camera right there on your hip. So I would always have to externally rotate, usually my right hip, because I'm right-handed, and so it's easier for me to spin out to the right and get, you know, more, it just feels better, right? And so usually that would be my go-to way. Well, spinning that hip out all the time for all those scenes and doing all this activity with that hip spit out, when I quit doing scenes, that right hip has gotten totally tight. It's just tightened up like so bad. Like, I do yoga all the time now, it's improving dramatically, but it's like the amount of physical trauma in that hip is tremendous. But the weird thing is that because it's in that pelvic joint and that sacral iliac, which is, you know, tied into that sacral chakra, the effects of that physical trauma very much so mimic the effects of sexual trauma, because that's a sexual center in your body. And so, you know, through literal physical activity, yoga and, you know, self-massage and things like that, trying to release the trauma that's built up in not the muscle so much as the fascia, that I feel emotional release and emotional relief from physical activity of yoga. And it's like, if that joint decides, like, some days it'll open up and it'll loosen up and all of a sudden it's moving, and I'm like, boom, and I feel so good. It makes me feel more creative. It makes me, you know, feel the things that are lacking normally because of that trauma that's in there. But it's not emotional trauma. Like I said, it's physical trauma mimicking emotional trauma. So you know, this is why, like, the yoga thing has become so interesting to me, because I never learned yoga from anybody. I never whatever, but I downloaded the yoga program, you know, spiritually. And it's just so interesting how all that plays out, you know, and that there really is, like, you know what I mean? Like, it makes me, like, at heart, I'm a yogi. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm never learned yoga from anyone. I've never had a guru. I've never done 3 yoga classes in my life. I don't like group situations, you know. But I just do it by myself all day on the beach. I just make it up as I go. I don't read books. I don't watch YouTube videos. I just kind of feel around in my body. It's, you know, like a self-discovery method. I find where my trauma is, and I find a position that I feel that something happening there, like in a major way, and I get into that and I press into it, and I just stay there, like a yin yoga kind of a thing. Like, I just stay there sometimes, and usually I'll just sit and meditate. I don't actually know how long I do it for. Sometimes I might lay in one position for an hour and just focus on the feeling and focus on trying to, like, release that. And sometimes it works. Sometimes it'll work and that will release, and then I'll find there's something else underneath it that's fucked up too. Which is a weird feeling, because I'll be like, oh wow, we got that open, but whoa, what is this weird clicky thing down here? Like, that's some, you know what I mean? Sometimes, like, I make a lot of progress and I'll literally feel my tendons or my ligaments and stuff, like, finding new homes. They'll be like, oh, well, this wasn't quite, oh, we're free now, we can get into this little slot. And I'm like, oh wow, like, my tendon moved, my ligaments in a new spot now. It feels so much better. You know, it's just really, it's really interesting. So, as that progresses, eventually someday I'll try to share some of that with you guys online. You know, maybe I'll, you know, we'll start doing some more, like, I would like to do more, like, group meditation and yoga and stuff on here together where we can all work through our bodies together. But I'm in the process of still like mastering my art and still learning. It's going to take, you know, years, maybe decades, who knows? I don't know. I'm not trying to sell myself short or give any kind of limitations, because I know that the growth is endless. Like, you know what I mean? Like, even if I make all the progress in the world for the next 5 years or 10 years, I'll still be making progress in 40 years. You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of that. Let me go back to the chat because I haven't been checking. Nico, welcome. Susan Larson, good to see you. You're making dinner while listening to me. I hope it's yummy. I'm super hungry myself, so I guess I'm not super hungry, but my stomach feels very empty. So you think women in the U.S. are kind of see you as a trophy? I just think women in the U.S. Have been trained to embrace narcissism. And it's just, I think most women in the U.S., I wouldn't say they see me as a trophy. I would say they see me as like a object that they can use for their personal gratification. You know what I mean? I don't think most women, you know what I'm saying, I've pretty much gone out of my way to be as physically unattractive as possible, like regarding like my hair and my unibrow and my beard. Like, I'm not like, you know, I'm not conforming to the whole thing, you know. Okay, maybe my physique and stuff is, you know, still good for some people, but like, you know, my physical, you know, I got dreadlocks forming, real ones, not like I went to a barber or I went to a specialist and had my hair crocheted, you know what I'm saying? Like, I got actual, like, real dreadlocks, you know, natural ones that are just happening because I'm not using conditioner and I'm in salt water a lot, and, you know, I don't brush my hair, except for with my hands. I don't touch my hair with anything except for hands, and sadly I have to use these toxic artificial hair bands sometimes, but aside from that, like, I'm, you know, keeping it natural. And it's just you know, for a lot of people here, it's just not it's not something that they are interested in, you know what I'm saying? But that's not my problem, you know what I'm saying? My problem is that when they get past all that and they do decide there's something that they like, that there's some other kind of major issue with promiscuity or something else of that nature, which I don't want in my field of life, because I've taken so much initiative to remove that from myself, that it makes no sense for me to be throwing away money when I'm, you know, kind of at a like financial low point, just based upon morals and values, just only to be with somebody else that doesn't share those morals and values and is doing the same thing probably even for free. And I'm just over here like turning down fat checks about it. You know what I mean? So it's just a complicated situation. But it's not like something that is on my mind or that I even really want to talk about. I'm just only saying it because people are asking questions related to it. So back to the chat. Brenda says, what's the thing you have to be happy with you first? Don't settle for less. I've been happy being single for years now. Exactly. There's no need to complicate things. Like, if you're happy, like, above all things, like, I don't even think you should bother anybody else if you're not happy by yourself. Like, if you're not 100% happy single, and you're not 100% happy, like, in your own mind, in your own self, if you're not 100% happy in a blank room with nothing in it, sitting on the floor, then you're not healed enough for a relationship, and you shouldn't bother anybody else. Like, leave people alone. Like, go work on you if you're not healed. If you're not healed, like, literally, like, leave people alone, because you don't need to share your trauma. Go, and nobody else is going to help your trauma. They're not going to. They're just going to either, they might aggravate it, they might ignore it, you know, they might distract you from it, but very few people are ever going to help really do much about your trauma, because that's your job. You have to do that. You're the only one that has the power to do that. And most likely, if you haven't done that, you're just going to cause trauma for someone else. You'll be much more of a, you know, a scourge than an addition to anyone's life if you still are operating under the pretenses that you have trauma. And sorry to say, I hope that doesn't offend anybody, but that's just the way I see it. Good morning, VR. Good to see you. Frankita says, is agreeing with Brenda, says, settle, not for a partner, not for a job. Exactly. I agree with that as well. Anthony says, how about you, parents? Did you meet every week? I have no clue what that means. Let's see. Astrid says, I hope you're okay and always take care of yourself. Astrid, I have never been better in my life. And as a matter of fact, I was just thinking today, like, I'm shocked at, like, you know, I took I wouldn't even say a couple weeks. I took about a week off of the yoga thing because I just, like, wasn't recovering. You know what I mean? Like, I was, like, you know, my muscles were just so sore all the time. Like, I felt like I've been, like, in the gym just beating myself to death. And it was just kind of, like, starting to get, like, to the point where I was like, I don't know, I might be doing more damage than good. I need to take a break. So I went up to Santa Barbara for like a week or something, and no yoga. I just chilled on the beach. I relaxed. I built little huts. I walked the dog a lot. I jogged. I swam. But I didn't do any stretching or anything like that. I just kind of, like, let my body heal. And I literally, like health-wise, I can't remember the last time I felt this good. Like, I feel so good. Like, I feel strong. I feel more flexible. I feel, you know, like, I know I look a little disheveled right now, but, you know, after a shower, I feel like I look refreshed. My eyes are very clear. Like, I feel like my eyes have changed so much. Like, it's like the detoxification process has made my eyes, like, you can't really tell through the camera, but, like, I feel like the clear part of my eyes are thicker. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like when I look at myself, I'm like, oh, there's, like, a lot of space between, like, the outer part of my eyeball and, like, wherever that color starts on the inside. You know what I'm saying? You know, I just feel good. I feel so good. Yeah, I'm just, like, I'm emotionally, I'm, like, literally, you know, I'm hoping that maybe monetizing on YouTube, which is coming soon, we need less than 200 hours now. It could be the big break, you know what I'm saying? Because I have made my life in a way, you know, for the last over a year now, I have switched my focus, and this is just something I'm not saying anyone else should do this. I'm not a financial advisor. I'm not trying to tell anyone to quit their job. I'm not trying to tell anyone to get rid of all their things. I'm not telling anyone else what to do. I'm just going to share what I've been doing. And that's, rather than focusing, you know, for the last 10 years, like, I don't remember until recently ever having a monthly nut of less than $4,000. You know what I'm saying? When I say I mean, like, my overhead, you know what I'm saying? Like, I can't remember, up until the last year, I can't remember ever in 10 years at least having less than $4,000 a month of bills. That would be, like, on the lowest low. There was times when I probably had almost $10,000 a month in bills. And so, since I've been retiring and all that stuff, and the webcam studio went down and, everything like that, I have just been focusing on just every subscription gone. Anything that I can cut, gone. Like, just lower the overhead. And it's at pretty low. It's pretty low. It can still go lower. Like, I'm still like been analyzing it. I'm like, I can free up about another $1,500, but that's about as low as I can go. And the beauty of that is they can't fucking shadow ban you. They can't fucking take your livelihood. Like, it doesn't, once you learn how to live in a way where you don't need anything, they can't fucking do shit to you unless they try to take like legal action against you, and then they just make some shit up. So there's just like a certain amount of security from that position. And the other cool thing is like a small win is a big win. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I'm sure takes a lot of time to really build up a YouTube to where you're actually making like livable money for the average person. But for me, anything is going to be like a major upgrade. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm cool with it. And I'm cool with, you know what I mean? I have zero attachment to this country. And I do miss Europe, I'm not going to lie. But, Eastern Europe is also totally cost effective as well. And exemplary lifestyle. So, yeah, it's just, I don't know. I found peace and I found harmony in everything that was the opposite of everything that they try to sell to you. You know what I'm saying? Like, I literally see money and all I see is slavery. Like, I see slavery. I think of them as slavery tickets. You know what I'm saying? Like, why do you think when you sell your soul to whatever the powers that be in the media and shit, that, suddenly you got a bunch of money and all that? Because they want to be able to take that away from you. It's your ball and chain. You know what I'm saying? If you don't have anything, they can't take shit from you. You know what I'm saying? If you don't fear death, they can't even fucking threaten you with that. So, it's like a superpower. It's like a shield. You know what I'm saying? When you don't need anything from anybody. You know what I mean? Like, fucking, hey, let me learn to forage. I'll really, I'm going to be on totally different level. You know what I mean? Don't give me a garden. Don't let me find free food. If I didn't have a fucking moral dilemma with killing fish, I would be, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, I even have compassion for the little fishies. So, I just can't imagine fishing. But that being said, I don't know. It's really hard. And some people somewhere will understand this. Maybe there's even someone in this chat that understands what I'm saying, but most people cannot resonate with this. And if they, if most people tried to do what I've been doing or whatever, like, it would, you would need to be healed first. You know what I'm saying? Like, you need to learn to be happy first. You know what I'm saying? Once you learn that your happiness is not tied to any physical object, but rather that those are all just stresses. Those are all just balls and chains. Those are all things you have to maintain. If you own something, you need a place to keep it. If you got a lot of money, people start trying to take it from you. You know what I'm saying? Nobody's out there robbing people that don't have anything. You know what I mean? And if you get enough, if you really get to a high level, then it's not just like your average low-level crooks that are coming for your shit. It's like the government and, big corporations and whatever, maybe even secret societies and, high-level genius scam artists and, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you amass, as the Tao says, amass a store of gold and jade large enough and no one can protect it. You know what I mean? There's, it just makes you a target. You know what I'm saying? So you have to learn to make it so that that only becomes an addition to your life, that you don't need it. Well, I'm not saying that you have to, but I'm saying my school of thought is that, you know, like, like, for example, like the most I ever did in my life, and this is, some people will not think this is a lot, other people will think this is amazing, but like my best take home ever, and this isn't a brag or anything, but this is just like put shit into perspective. Like one time I made 140,000 profit in 10 days gambling, playing craps. And that was just, I only started with 10,000. I turned 10,000 to 150 in 10 days. And at the time it wasn't really like, it was awesome, but it wasn't like life-changing. It didn't like change my like, quality of life. I mean, I already had a good quality of life, and I was just more about the thrill of what I was doing, right? But like now, when I don't need anything, can you imagine how life-changing that would be? Like, all my stress would go away. There's nothing even really that I want to buy except for like Starlink, you know what I'm saying? But or travel, some way to get Sam easily over to Asia without worries, you know what I mean? Like little silly things that are not like a whatever. It's not like I'm like trying to go stunt around or anything. It's like I have zero desire for anything like that. So, even though it's not like I'm going to go gamble right now so that I can lust for that money or whatever. It's just the point of knowing that something that didn't really matter that much to me before would be like relieve whatever last little shred of stress or worries that I ever have in my life would be gone instantly from something that in my previous life was just like a exciting 2 weeks. You know what I'm saying? So it's a completely different mentality, and it's like I can't explain what that feels like, but it feels like freedom. You know what I'm saying? Like it feels like being released from the matrix. It feels like being outside of the gilded cage of society. You know what I'm saying? Frankita says, it sounds like the industry just wants the artist to be some piece of meat without soul or heart or spirit. And that's true, but it's not even just the adult industry. It's like the entire industry of media. Like if you work for a news station, you've sold your soul. You're a piece of meat. You know what I'm saying? You're to be commanded. If you are a Hollywood actor, you're a piece of meat. You're, there to be commanded to do what you say, to promote the viewpoints that they want you to promote. You don't get to have your own opinion. If you do, you stop working. You know what I'm saying? Not to mention, Hollywood, just, they might not be doing what we do on camera, but they're doing worse things off of camera or just as bad, and with people that they definitely are less attracted to than the people that we're working with in the adult industry. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's probably causing, a lot of them probably have even worse situations, like as far as trauma goes, even though they get paid a lot more than we do. Willem says, hi, welcome, Willem. Brenda says, talking to Frank again, says, yes, I think they're looking for robots, haha, people who just want to work with no feelings. Frank, so basically like every employee is supposed to be according to their bosses. Yeah, exactly. That's pretty much, it's like that also. Let's see. And Shika says, do you have any type of drug, alcohol, or other addiction? I would say that yes, I have historically for many years I was addicted to cannabis. I smoked a lot of weed in my life. I wouldn't say I was ever addicted to alcohol. I did used to, drink occasionally, but it's never really been something that I enjoyed. But until the last year or so, I was also like tremendously addicted to caffeine. And actually it was even very much more recent than that I actually really stopped feeling the urge to consume coffee. Like I used to drink probably at least 12 espresso, the equivalent of at least 12 espresso shots a day. For years I did that. And I would say also too, there was a time in my life when I was, I guess, to some extent a sex addict, because not only would I go to work and do my scene, but I would then go home and do it for fun. You know what I'm saying? And then when I was done doing that, I would do it again that evening. You know what I mean? Like sometimes, like it's like I had days when I was with, 9 women in a day, 10 women a day. You know what I'm saying? That's just one day. That would be like, I went to work, did 3, and then, just because I had already had 3 to start off early in the morning, I was like, well, shit, I got the whole extra day. Let's see what we can do. Like, let's line them up. Like, we'll go every couple hours. We'll have someone come through. You know what I mean? Like, there was times like that. Like, I'm not proud of it. I'm just saying, like, that it was like that for a long time. Like, that wasn't like a one-time thing. Like, I've done that multiple times. You know what I mean? Pretty much any time that they gave me 3 at once, I would just be like, well, let's just see how far we can run this. So, so that's pretty much, been my addictions. I've never been addicted to any like hardcore stuff, like, hard drugs or anything. And I've never really, I don't think I would ever say that I was ever an alcoholic or anything. But I mean, caffeine and cannabis and sex can produce a lot of dopamine. So it's still heavy addiction, you know what I'm saying? Regardless. And honestly, if you ever quit drinking caffeine altogether for like a month and then have a coffee, go tell me that is not a hardcore drug, dude. Like, I've been to Colombia, all right? And let me tell you, caffeine is stronger than whatever they have over there. It's just that everybody has like a super massive tolerance to it because they've been consuming it since they were children. You know what I mean? All the time I see people walk out of Starbucks with their kids that aren't even 10, and they all got coffee drinks in their hand, and I'm just like, and this is like, you know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of times it's like, I'll be in Malibu or something, and I remember watching this family that, come out of there and their kids are all drinking Starbucks or whatever, and they get into their fucking G-Wagon and everything. I'm just like, wow, they got everybody. It's just like fucking lock and stock. It's crazy. Fakita says, oh yes, we are granted quite a short amount of time here, so we absolutely should do everything possible, make this trip pleasurable possible. And I would say in part of that statement I agree with, but also I would say that the concept of having a short time here is relative. You know what I mean? I actually think that potentially we don't have a short time here. I think potentially we have a very, very long time here, and maybe it's part of the trap to make us think that we have a short time here, and that most people's limitations with their lifespan are something that's been imposed upon them both mentally and physically by their environment. You know what I mean? Like, I think that there's probably are people in the world that nobody knows about, that doesn't have an online presence, and maybe they live in the jungle hermetically, something like that. There could be people that are still living biblical numbers, and they just accomplish that by separating themselves from the rest of the world. It's all good. No worries on the errors. I'm happy to have you, no matter the case. You've been great part of this. Asher Gray, there absolutely is joy in the simpler things. People seem to not know, forget, or acknowledge that. Yeah, because they're force fed everything. They in the media, like the whole, this is the, like, people always talk about like the downsides of capitalism and this, that, and the other, but they don't actually see the real downside of capitalism, and that's that because they can't tell that they're in a gilded cage. You know what I'm saying? They don't realize that they're in a prison. You know what I'm saying? And that prison is fiat currency and the mental programming to make you think that you need a bunch of things, or that you want a bunch of things, or desire a bunch of things. Like, there was this one meme. It was like a little skit thing that I always see, but it's like so good. Maybe some of you guys have seen. You've ever seen the thing where like it's like the cowboy, it's like the old Western days, and the salesman rolls up and he's like, "Hey, what's going on? Nice place. Like, you know what you need is electricity." He's like, "Electricity? What's that? Why do I need that?" He's like, "Well, then you can have all kinds of nice stuff. Like, you can have a washer and a dryer, automatic. You can have a dishwasher. You can have, light bulbs and blah, 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 blah." He's like, "Well, but I got to pay for all those things, right?" He's like, "Yeah." He's like, "Well, doesn't that mean then, like, if I buy all that stuff, or I get all that stuff, that I work for you?" Well, he's like, "Well, they're just modern conveniences or whatever, blah, blah." He's like, "Yeah, but I work for you then, right? Because I got to pay for all that stuff." He's like, "We don't need your electricity, blah, blah, blah. We already got whatever, da, 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 da." And that's the truth of it. Is like, you know what I'm saying? Go slave your ass up for that G-Wagon, yo. You know what I'm saying? And then keep doing what you're told, because, you don't want to get audited, right? You don't want to get sued, do you? You don't want us to come for all your shit that you spent all this time and effort working for, right? How are you gonna stop that? Oh, you better fucking, go buy your house, spend 30 years paying off your house so that you can keep paying 1.5% taxes on the value of that property, which is going to keep going up because we're going to keep printing money, and in the value of the money is going to keep going down due to inflation, but we're not going to lower the amount of taxes that you're going to, we're going to keep raising it. You know what I mean? Or like, maybe you want to invest in the stock market. Okay, you got to pay when you cash out, you can keep all your assets or whatever until you cash out, but then we're going to take 40% for your capital gains, right? But if you take an L, if you lose it all, we're going to cap you off at the 1950s maximum of $3,000 for a write-off for your losses. What's that all about? You know what I'm saying? So, but most people don't understand this kind of shit, and it's fine. If people are happy like that, you know what I'm saying? If a G-Wagon is what makes somebody's like absolute life fucking excellent, I am so support them in getting that and having that, working for that. Like, do it. But I've never fucking seen anyone like that. Like, I've gotten to run in some major circles and stuff. These people are all really miserable deep down inside. You know what I'm saying? That's why they're chasing dopamine hits. They're chasing, ego boost, and they want people to see them and whatever. But it's like they're buying things to impress people that they don't like. You know what I'm saying? Like it's all just a big thing. It's just so that they can feel good about themselves. But meanwhile, they're fucking miserable. You know what I'm saying? You know, like to the concept of going on vacation, like that sounds horrible to me. I feel so sad for people when they say, "Oh, I'm going to go on a holiday or a vacation." Like a holiday or a vacation, every day should be a holiday or a vacation. Like, why should one day be different than the next? Like, you should be living every day to the maximum, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, and you know, where did they go on vacation? They went to like a place that the locals, you know, live on, you know, like the amount of money that they make in one day for a whole month, and they spend, you know, 40 times of that for their week there, you know, and realistically they could just go live there. So like wouldn't be expensive at all. They wouldn't even have to work. They'd be fucking set, you know. It's just it's illogical. But the thing is that, you know, it's not necessarily like that they're stupid or something. It's just that they're falling for the trick. Like it's just that the media and these phones, like the fact that they have this stuff and the addiction to scrolling, and it's like the way and how much data they have on you is like tremendous. Like the customization that is happening on like your Instagram feeds and stuff like that, is, you don't realize like how strong the algorithm is and how much that they can psychologically manipulate you through that. More so is like I knew this chick in Argentina that was, her job description was, what was it? It was forgot the name, some type of marketing, direct something marketing. But anyways, basically what they do is that, or what she did as her job was literally they go to all these applications, companies like Meta, for example, and they buy all your information. They literally have like recordings of you saying stuff and transcripts of the things that you talked about next to your phone, not even that you typed in or searched for or anything else, but literally that your phone is listening to your shit, recording transcripts of everything that you talk about in your life on a regular basis. And they find something, some kind of opening there, and then they pay to have certain content delivered directly to your phone, so that it sets you up mentally to be in a place, and that they somehow algorithmically know when you're ready to buy something, when you got the money to do it, when you're most likely to act on what you most likely want. Then they go find the product and then sell it to you directly without you even fucking knowing that they were targeting you and only you. Not other, they weren't targeting a group of people or anything else. They literally pick out one person at a time to gather all their data and everything that they've talked about and everything that the internet and all your applications know about, and then they figure out what they can sell you, and they fucking sell it to you. It's insane. There's tens of thousands of people that probably have this job description, and that's what they're doing. It's something to consider. Nikita says, well, I like your content in GL, but the fact that you are highly spiritual and passionate man makes you so much more likable. Well, that's good. Honestly, my content, I'll tell you, there's nothing wrong with liking my content, because like I said, the intention was always there. Good. Like the money was never my first priority. The director's instructions and wants and whatever stuff was always secondary to my co-performers. Like I always put the girl first. I'm always about her experience more than my experience or more than the scene. And you know, when you've done 1,000 something scenes, you know, it's not there's a lot of different personalities and situations that arise, and people come in different moods on different days, and it's really hard to have like a perfect you know, it's impossible to have like everything to be perfect all the time, but I did my absolute best. You know what I'm saying? Like, to make those scenes enjoyable for everybody, and to act, you know, where even in the, you know, before I went against the rougher scenes and the more hard stuff, I always would talk to the girl like in depth before and make sure she was into it and that she wanted it and blah, 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 and what was cool, what was not cool. And, you know, none of that was even really as bad as what it looks like. It's just, you know, that was the scene. Now I don't do that anymore, not because like the girls didn't enjoy it or something like that, but because I don't want people trying to out there seeing that, thinking it's cool, and then trying to recreate that in a situation where it's not welcome. And I didn't want to continue utilizing that type of interaction between people, because most of the time it's not going to be a healthy one. And it's commonly is, even if they do like it or want it, that's usually a result of some type of trauma that they had pre-existing, to where they're, you know, their subconscious or their psyche has tried to take something that was a bad experience for them and turned it into something that is pleasure, so that the memory of something bad that happened to them no longer holds the same level of power over them, to where that they remember this horrible experience, but rather they sexualize it, and it becomes more of like a fetish for them. It's not a good thing, but it's a self-preservation, like a natural built-in thing to cope with trauma. So that's what that's all about. What do I recommend to start the day well? Waking up early. You know, that makes such a big difference for me. Wake up early, preferably before the sun, and, you know, try to, you know, if you can, watch the sun come over the horizon. You'll find that energizes you way more than you expect. Like, it has a profound effect. It's not like a subtle, oh, is the sun gazing really working? It's like, you'll immediately go, wow, that does work, like the first time, you know. Again, that's only during when the sun is first cresting the horizon. But and it's, you don't have to worry, because you literally won't even be able to do it that long at first. So yeah, by the time you build yourself up to do it, you'll already have pronounced effects. I even feel that my vision has gotten sharper from that. The other thing is that you should do your meditations and your prayers and things like that before you consume like any solid food, right? That's a big part of it. You know, having an empty study during your stomach during your spiritual practice, like, I find it makes a huge difference in meditation. Let's see. Zana says, right, I think that's what you do take away from yourself by healing others. You do. There's a, well, it's a karma. There's the thing is that the karma's working. You know what I'm saying? And so, like, let it work. You know what I'm saying? If there was good karma there, then good things should be going on there. But if there's bad things going on there, it's for a reason also. You know? And when you involve yourself in that, you're just running a risk. It's just not, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you can do it remotely, like, for example, like, I hope that some of these streams and recordings and stuff are able to help people with their trauma, and I'm okay with that. Like I'm not saying that anyone needs to be punished or that they have to whatever, but I'm just saying is that I just don't want to directly manipulate anyone's life just because they have some kind of unresolved issues. Like it's not my place, and you know, sometimes the easy way is not the best way. You know what I'm saying? Like quality sometimes can commonly exceed expedition in certain areas, and that's probably one of them. And I agree, nobody should be trauma bonded. That's terrible. Do I have any food allergies? None. Well, I don't know. My face swelled up once after I ate some shrimp in Budapest, but I wasn't sure if it was the shrimp because I also had shot a content scene that day, and I remembered like I was, you know, had my face potentially could have got some kind of, she was a very fancy girl that clearly liked to invest in expensive cosmetics and things, and maybe I had some kind of lotion or something that got on my face that caused me to like swell up. Like, really, you trying to talk Geico caveman? Like, I literally looked exactly like the Geico caveman. It might have been from the shrimp, but it also could have been from some kind of lotion or something. I don't know, because I did kind of have my face all up in there. So I'm not really sure. Do I make up my own yoga? Did I learn it somewhere? No, I just make it up myself. I learned it from past life regression. If that's, I know it sounds crazy, but I had like a major spiritual experience for like 3 days, and I ended up like having some type of past life regression to potentially even like prior to the existence of this planet, and the life that I remembered was one of a yogi. And literally the next day I went down and did yoga, and it was just like my knowledge and skills, flexibility, pain tolerance, like everything was just completely on another level, like as if I had been doing it for so long. You know, my body wasn't like immediately fixed, like all the physical trauma and stuff that I mentioned earlier was still there, but now I know how to get rid of it, and I've been actively doing that. So it's like, that's kind of like, that's what Bhakti yoga is all about. It's called Bhakti yoga. It's the yoga of devotion. And well, I don't know if it's exactly what it's, but anyways, but long story short is that you know, you can download like full skill sets of things that take many years or decades to learn, like pretty much instantly through the spiritual process, because everything in history has been recorded, and you have access to your past lives and old skills and things like that. It's just you have to learn how to connect with your higher self, and through that you can unlock all these things. Asher Gray says, you are most beautiful and authentic in your natural inner and outer forms. Well, thank you. That is a beautiful thing to say. I really appreciate that. It's a nice compliment. Frank says, I love your view on healed trauma and leaving people alone. I'm highly introverted, and more I healed, the more introverted I became. Nobody gets it, but it's not your problem. Exactly. And it's easier in some sense, like, you know, I mean, there's downs, we all know there's downsides to being introverted, but that, what you just described, is the upside to being introverted. Because the thing that I'm talking about right now is so much easier for an introverted person, because extroverted person kind of defaults to the thinking that their solutions to everything, or the fixes to all their problems, or the key to their happiness is always going to be, to them, you know, as a default thought, found in someone else. It's much easier for an introverted person to embrace the idea that only they can help themselves. You know what I'm saying? That nobody else can actually help them. You know what I'm saying? Like, even if somebody can tell you something that helps you, you know, like the things I'm talking about right now, or that I've talked about in the past in my streams, most people that watch that, like, you know what I'm saying, like some of these streams have thousands of people watch it. I would say most people probably reject the things that I say, even if it's interesting. But some people accept it. You know what I'm saying? If they accept it, that's them healing themselves, even if they're using my words for that, or a book that they read, or any other words for that matter. But you know what I'm saying? People have to choose to take the advice. People have to choose to believe the lesson. People have to choose to see, to hear. You know what I'm saying? They have to choose to do more than a surface level analysis of some type of information. You know what I'm saying? Like, sometimes you got to think about shit for a while, maybe days, maybe weeks, maybe months, maybe fucking years. You know what I mean? Before it really strikes home and you decide, I'm embracing that. You know what I'm saying? But that's a big part of the process, is learning to do that, and having the courage to do that, and having the confidence to do that. Because you're 100%, no matter what it is. I mean, whether you want to be financially advanced, spiritually advanced, emotionally advanced, whatever type of, you know, physically advanced, any kind of advancement that you want to make, this is the underlying law of the universe. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it requires sacrifice of some sort. You know, I'm not saying that you have to go take a goat out to the woods and, you know what I'm saying, sacrifice like that, but you need to, like, sacrifice something. You know what I'm saying? Like, you either sacrifice your time, you sacrifice your comfort, you sacrifice, you know, maybe your relationships, you sacrifice physical possessions, you sacrifice addictions, you sacrifice pleasures, you sacrifice food. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's so many things that you could sacrifice. But ultimately, any type of advancement requires some type of sacrifice. Like, you're never going to gain something without giving something up. You know what I'm saying? And it doesn't have, you know, money's not the only thing that works like that. It's literally everything works like that. Energy works like that. You know, every action's got an equal opposite reaction, right? Like, I don't know, that, you know, that applies to more than physics. You know what I'm saying? Thank you, Melissa. Yeah, the eyes thing is, I've definitely been noticing they're definitely have like a certain clarity to them that's seems to match my physical inner feeling as well. Like, they move together. Frank says, yes, come visit yoga, come visit Europe. Can invite for yoga and a vegan meal. I do miss Europe. I hope that I get to come there again soon. I'm so ready to for a change. Like, I mean, I'm actually pretty content here, honestly. I went, like I said, the Santa Barbara thing, like, I never expected, like, I've never liked a place that much in the United States. That's my favorite place in this entire country. It was so good. It is so good. It's perfect. The people were fucking great. The land is great. The vibes were great. Like, nature was great. Like, there was everything about that place was spot on. Let's see. Melissa's looking to bring in them dollar bills. Well, do what you gotta do. Susan's understanding. Maybe you're talking about the fish when I was talking about fishing. Oh damn, I'm way behind on the chat. Melanie says, yes, I also believe more and more that doing exactly the opposite of everything they make us want to do makes us really happy. Exactly. It's literally, if you don't feel like putting a lot of thought into every action and aspect of your life, if you don't want to do like major introspection and just like self analysis, then like it's pretty much is that bad that you can almost pretty much just do the opposite of everything that you're influenced to do, and it will yield a positive effect. It's that bad. Like, it's literally they're hitting us from every conceivable angle. Like, there is no reprieve outside of nothingness. You know what I'm saying? Like, you gotta find the Zen in any situation. You gotta find the Zen within yourself. You gotta find the Zen staring at a blank wall. You know what I'm saying? Once you find that Zen, all the other Zens will unlock, and you'll be able to see so much beauty all around you and everywhere else, and you'll have this completely different, you know, thing where, like, you know, you'll still encounter amazing ignorance. Like, amazing levels of ignorance, and more so or less so probably based upon where you're at, but like, you know, you'll still encounter, but the way that it will feel to you will be completely different. It'll be more like watching a comedy or a movie or something, some type of satire, you know what I'm saying? Rather than actually being bothered or agitated, annoyed or angry, like those things normally I think make most people feel. I've definitely felt a lot of that in my historical life, but now, you know, it's just kind of like, you know, you just kind of look and you're like, this is really happening. Like, oh, this person like actually believes that they're somehow grounded or rooted in reality right now, but they're just literally like a belligerent creature, like running around doing weird belligerent things. You know what I'm saying? You're just watching like, wow, this is real. This person's real. They exist. The world has delivered this. And it doesn't bother you at all, but you're just like, you know, it actually kind of makes you feel good because you're just like, wow, that's what it could be, like that. Like, I could be that. But you really couldn't. Because if you're not, then it was never, even if you were in the past, it was never meant to stay. You know what I'm saying? Like, you only had to be like that so you could realize that you didn't want to be like that. Or that you didn't need to be like that. You know? Money is important for making a greater difference on a grand scale. Money is energy as per system. It kind of is. If they tax you on a currency that they have the ability to print because it's not backed by any physical asset, then it's you have to kind of be able to see really super deep to like understand like how the central bank specifically operates. But like, there's no, when you combine those two things, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can only have a tax on an asset that has a physical backing. Do you know what I'm saying? But if they are taxing you on an asset that has a fluctuating value because they're able to print it and cause inflation, then you must realize that yes, it's an energy, and it's a system, but it's a system where the energy always goes back home. You know what I'm saying? Like, whatever you touch, it's just a conduit. You're just a conduit for that. You know what I'm saying? And the reality is that it's literally your slave master. It's your ball and chain. Like, and it's hard. And you just said that you grew up in poverty, and I totally get that. Like, and this is why, like, spirituality is it's hard to do online, like, spiritual whatever. This is why most people who really want to go deep into spirituality, like, get a guru of some sort, something like that, because to be a spiritual guide for someone, you have to be able to give each person a customized program and customized attention, because everybody's going to have different traumas, different demons, different setbacks, different strengths, different weaknesses. You know what I'm saying? Like, a person who has grown up in poverty and has never experienced riches or whatever, however, I don't know if that's the word I wanted to use, but you know what I mean, is not going to feel the same thing, or for example, like, let me put this into a different frame. Back to the sacrifice thing, right? And say you're like, okay, I want to sacrifice something. Well, someone that has never had a lot of money, to sacrifice money is like a big deal to them. You know what I'm saying? If you only got $1,000 to your name and you give $100, that's a 1%, sacrifice. You literally gave up a full percent of your worth over that $100. And that's probably going to make a big difference in your feeling of security. Like, you probably will think, oh, I could have done so much with that $100. But now if somebody has $1 billion and they give someone $10,000, it's not shit to them. They'll feel nothing. Do you know what I'm saying? Even though they just gave someone $10,000, like, the only thing it's most likely to do is give them an ego boost. They're like, yeah, I can fucking toss $10,000 out the window and fucking make this person's day. Like, they're so much below me. Do you know what I'm saying? It didn't do anything for them spiritually because they didn't make any real sacrifice for themselves. Do you know what I'm saying? So it's going to be completely different. You know what I'm saying? Like, that same person would have to give millions to have the same effect that the other person could get from $100. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like somebody who has, been athletic and spiritually healthy and physically healthy, like, their whole life. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're going to feel something different from, becoming sick or something like that than somebody else who has always been sick. Like, you know what I'm saying? Or has never been healthy. Like, everything is custom, and everyone's going to feel different things from different things. So there's no one size fits all for spiritual practice and spiritual growth. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's going to be different for everybody. And so that's why it's really hard. That's why I almost quit streaming and stuff like that. Because I realized, like, I'm just, like, blurting out everything that worked for me and everything that I experienced and whatever, blah, blah, blah. And the reality is that somebody could, like, mimic every aspect of that and get completely different results because they're a different person. You know what I'm saying? And the real plus of the whole, of becoming advanced enough spiritually that you can actually help other people is that you're able to actually assess what each person needs. You know what I'm saying? Maybe somebody knows nothing about spirituality and they need to hear all this stuff to really understand what it's about, because the only image that they have of anything spiritual comes from religion, which is not really a very spiritual thing. Religion is actually, like, in my views, like, the worst and slowest and most manipulative, and it's the weaponization. To me, spirituality is to some extent the weaponization of I mean, religion is the weaponization of spirituality. Do you know what I'm saying? So that person is going to need something different, right, than the person who studies it all the time, reads tons of spiritual books and is online looking for stuff and watching YouTube videos and all this stuff. And they're constantly consuming this stuff, and they're clouding their mind with a bunch of things, of an image of what they think something should be like, and that image is their limitation. Like, why limit yourself? Why create a vision of what something can be? Because I'll tell you from experience, it always ends up being bigger than what you think. Like something more, whatever, anything I ever imagined, something 1,000 times bigger than that happened. And then when I thought that nothing else could be bigger than that, something 1,000 times bigger than that happened. And then again, you really fucking don't know. You know what I'm saying? So filling your head with all this stuff for that person is hurting them. But for the other person that, you know, their only influence they've ever had was maybe going to church on Sundays and listening to pastor preach from some verses from a book that's been translated so many times and handed down to so many people, it's not accurate. And even if it was accurate, they don't truly understand it themselves because it's written in code. You know what I'm saying? And it's really like completely different than anything that they can possibly imagine, but they can't possibly understand it because you need greater spiritual insight than what they have to actually understand what's being said. Do you know what I'm saying? So it's completely, you know what I'm saying, like what is your medicine could be somebody else's poison. What is somebody else's poison could be your medicine. You know what I'm saying? And so it's a very, very personal process. And you can't just get that from broad spectrum content on the internet unless you are exceptional at self-analysis. You know what I'm saying? If you know yourself exceptionally, if you are very good at looking inward, then maybe you can make use of that. But the that is literally the definition of yoga. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're that person, you're basically already a yogi yourself, and you might as well just run with it. You don't need anyone's help. You know what I'm saying? The second you fucking connect and meet your guides, like, you're good. Go. You know what I'm saying? You don't need anybody. But if that's not you, if you're, you know, kind of confused when you look at yourself, you have no clue what's going on, you're like, what am I? You know what I'm saying? Then you might need some help, but you need custom help. You know what I'm saying? Because, like I said, it's a different remedy for everybody. No, there is no one size fits all, and that's another big problem for me personally that I have with religion, because, you know, these things are so big, they're worth, you know what I'm saying, these religions control millions or even billions of dollars. That's a lot of energy to control. They got millions or billions of people that follow it, and yet that simple thing that I just said that I think anybody can understand is true, that it needs to be a custom experience. There's no one size fits all for everybody. They completely ignore that and don't, it's zero, you know, zero acknowledgement of that fact. And so it gets more people lost than it gets found. Way more people get lost than get found. Because this is, like I said, it's weaponization, and it's a one-size-fits-all band-aid, something trying to can up something that is endless and undescribable, and you can't can that. You know what I'm saying? Like, it has to be organic. You know, it has to be from the earth or the heavens. You know what I'm saying? There's no book on this planet is going to give you what you need. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's literally you looking at yourself and being willing to sacrifice whatever it is that you are to attain a higher knowledge about what you really are and who you really are. And that's what the spiritual process is all about. There's no one size fits all. So this is why The same reason why I decided to stop streaming is the same reason why I decided to restart streaming, because I also realized that, you know, whatever I just said right now is a major topic that needs to be talked about again, and it needs to be open, and I need to be able to, you know, drill that part into the people who are watching my other stuff that was literally live action spiritual. um you know, I was going through the process, like basically like with you guys, and I was giving you the play by play, you know what I'm saying, because I didn't know what was going on. I wasn't seeking it. I was just as shocked as everyone else. I'm like, okay, like, dude, like, I'm just, you know, I was just trying to live my life and do my thing and be happy and, you know, live virtuously. I didn't know that I was gonna, you know, revert back to a celestial body. You know what I'm saying? Just, I didn't know. But I know more now, and I'm trying to share what I know um, without getting in the way of whatever I'm going to know in the future. I'm trying to fix what I did, but without creating the same problem again for whenever my understanding expands again. Because when it expands again, I have no doubt that whatever I know now is going to be seen in a completely different light and be under a fully different understanding, because that's the way that it works. That's the pattern. Um, but you know, that's basically what we're doing right now. So let me go back to the chat. I'm glad that you've been doing your own thing for a while, Melissa. I think that that's actually super healthy. Magic's here. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. She says, I'm going all millennial Mayan on the Matrix. My profit is measured by my organic cacao and turquoise. Boom in your face, capitalism. Laugh out loud. Spend money on my loved ones too. That's exactly that too. Like, there's you know, there's something that is physical and has a use, to me, is a way better store of value than these paper slave tickets and numbers in the computer that can be manipulated, changed. You can be fined, you can be whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like, to have like a skill, for example, is like the purest form of currency. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, like, if you have something that people are willing to give something for, that you know how to do, you know what I'm saying, that's like a skill. Maybe you're good at gardening or whatever, you know what I'm saying, maybe you're good at, you know, like you said, finding gemstones, things like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's something that moves with inflation. You know what I'm saying? Because it's a physical item. Like, for example, like when I trade, and because I'm into like investing and stuff too, not just because of the favorable, like the tax situation, but also and the leverage, but also because of the principle of it. Like, I trade now futures mostly. You know what I mean? And even if I'm not trading futures, it's like I'm trading options on equity, right? So, you know, even equity is almost like a physical thing, because you're, you know, owning part of that company. Now, even no matter how much that company can manipulate things or lower their dividends or whatever else that they do, go bankrupt. You know, with the futures, it's tied to a physical asset in most cases, or even if it's not tied to a physical asset, it's tied to an equity, like the S&P 500, for example. Or, you know, maybe you like to trade oil. Instead of you owning a whatever, it's, you've transferred your money. Now your money is, instead of being represented by dollars that can be printed, let's say you go buy a CL contract, that's crude oil, 1,000 barrels, right? So you go put down, basically, like, it's almost like buying a house, in the sense that you go put down your 15% or whatever the the initial margin is. And now, whatever, you put down your 15% of whatever the cost is of 1,000 barrels of oil, and you own that oil on paper. And when the expiration day comes, if you want that oil, they will happily send it for you if you're willing to pay for the other 85% of the oil at the price that you agreed on. Most people don't do that. Most people just trade the contracts off before expiration. So, if the price of oil goes up by $1, then your futures contract goes up by $1,000 because you are owning that 1,000 barrels of oil. It's backed by something. Do you know what I'm saying? So it moves with inflation as well. But it's also, there's a physical thing. Like, you can do that with gold. You can do contracts on 100 ounces of gold. You know what I'm saying? Which is going to be worth $200,000 something. You're going to have to put down 15% on that or something like that. I don't know. Sometimes they change it, but it also depends on the broker. But usually it's about that. And if the price of gold changes by $1, then your worth of your contract's going to change by $100 because you own 100 ounces of gold on paper. And that's the way that works. You know what I'm saying? So that also can transfer, the same concept can transfer into any aspect of our lives. So yeah, it's just some food for thought. Like, understanding futures helps you understand a lot about the monetary system. And it's also a way to freedom monetarily. Like, if you have a lot of money, you know what I'm saying? It's like, go buying a house for cash, but that's also a shit investment because, well, people make a lot of money, right? Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it's a shit investment because it's rigged to go up, but the thing is you got to pay capital gains tax and you got to pay property tax. So there's a hedge. I mean, there's a rake. There's a rake there too. You know what I'm saying? Like I used to think, I don't know, the stock market, futures market, I stumbled upon the jackpot. I'm like, what? There's like this is in my favor. Like, I got an 8% chance or 7% chance that this is going up no matter what. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's literally means that it's skewed in my favor, right? So why wouldn't I trade this? All right? But no. You gotta remember the fucking rake. The rake is like at a casino when you're playing poker or whatever, like forever, however much money goes into the pot, the casino takes some out and puts it into their little thing, and you can only win the rest. So like in a poker game, there's no playing against the house just takes a little bit of everything. They're like taking a fee, right? Well, that's what the government does too, except for the fee, instead of it being like 10% with a $10 cap, or sometimes even lower than that, $4 cap or something like that. It's 40% of whatever you made, and if you lose, you can only write off $3,000. So you know what I'm saying? Everything is rigged in some way, but what's not rigged is your skills and your personal value, your personal worth. They can't do anything about that, and you can change, you can influence that. Basically always in any situation. You know what I'm saying? Like, even if you don't have legs or something, like, you can learn a skill that you can do without legs. You know what I'm saying? Like, they can't take that away from you. So knowledge is power. You know what I'm saying? Like, for me, like, I'm so good at what I do, it's not like I'm going to go out there and start selling it, but I'm pretty sure I got a place to land if I really want one because of it. You know what I'm saying? So there's some security there. You know what I mean? If nothing else, somebody will feed me as long as I feed them back. Let's see. Marie says, whenever I struggle to part with a material possession, I just remind myself I'd much rather have the freedom of not having the thing. Exactly. I'm in the same boat. Like, I got all these storage units where I've stored all my stuff because I didn't want to have this physical life, but I'm like still paying every month $500 a month just to store the things because I'm too lazy to sell them. Meanwhile, by the time I actually get around to selling them, I'm gonna have, just if I'm lucky, I'll get my money back that I spent on the storage. You know what I'm saying? And the real only reason why I don't just fucking donate it all or whatever is because there's somewhere mixed in there, buried where I don't know where it is, things that I need, like contracts that can't be recreated and stuff like that. So, or art that I created and, you know, things. So it's like that's my biggest, like in my personal world right now, like that's like my biggest hurdle, right? Is to get rid of all these storages, but it's easy to get rid of them, but it's like I literally have to go through them in order to get rid of them. So it's like, I get it. Like, it's never, you know what I'm saying? It's a process. It's a process. Like, I've been working on this for a while. I'm still in that situation. Like, everything's not perfect. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have no doubt that when I finish that something seemingly unrelated, really good is going to happen as a reward, because I just see the way that the universe and the system and balance and everything works. Like, that is in some way, even though it's just a simple thing like of having storages or whatever, it's a spiritual setback for me, because I know it's something I should have already done. I know that it's something that I want to do. I know the relief that I'm going to feel when it's done, but yet I've not convinced myself to make the sacrifice of my time and my trouble and my comfort to just execute it and do it. And because I'm not made that sacrifice, I'm not getting the reward. You know what I'm saying? Eventually I will. I'm hoping to do it in the very near future, but it just is what it is. You know what I'm saying? And Chica says, peace is like a cat. More you run after it, the more it goes away. The more you're calm, the more it comes closer. That is so good said. And Chica, thank you for that. Peace is like a cat, and it will run from you. You got to let it come to you. You have to show that you're a peaceful and tranquil person. You have to first embrace the peace itself and become peace. Then the cat comes to you. You know what I'm saying? Like, the things that stress you out will disappear, but you first have to release your stress without it disappearing. You know what I'm saying? That's a good one. So Melissa says, it's going to be amazing when I have money. She goes, I'm happy poor, I will be so happy money. And that is also, that's what I'm saying too, but that applies to so many things. That applies to relationships, that applies to sex, that applies to vices. You know what I'm saying? Everything in moderation. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you smoke weed every day, it's going to be a terrible, eventually, like, there's going to be a cost beyond whatever you spend on it. You know what I'm saying? But if you've never done it before, or you haven't done it in years, you know what I'm saying, something like that, there's a really good chance that could be an amazing, valuable, tremendously enlightening experience for you. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you've never done it and you're like an adult, it's grown, I say do it. Go try it. But if you do it all the time, like, I'm telling you, quit. You got to. It's not good. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's never a one size fits all for everything. You know? For the person that's been a party animal all their fucking life, they've done all the stuff, then to be a total straight edge, absolutely organic, non-party, no substances, just puro person, like, that's your remedy. Like, that's the best medicine you could take, is to sacrifice all those things, and it might feel horrible for a month or so, something like that, but the effects of after that is just going to be like, it's not even equal. It's a rebound, because you don't realize how much energy was pulled back with that, versus somebody that's been like a square their whole life. They never partied, they never sipped alcohol, they never smoked anything. They've just been boop, boop, right in between the lines, went to school, did their homework, whatever, you know what I'm saying, perfectly disciplined person their whole life. Their medicine's going to be different. They need to let loose. They need to experience life. They need to see, you know, what the possibilities are that they've never seen. They need to have some experiences that helps them empathize or even sympathize with other people who have problems, or not even problems, maybe good things. You know what I'm saying? Like, it brings understanding. You know what I mean? So it's always going to be something custom, but it's always going to be about, you know, going outside of your comfort. You know what I'm saying? Like, the process is not about comfort. Not about comfort at all. It's about growth. Brenda says, oh, what would you tell the younger Bruce who just started in the industry? Younger Bruce that just started in the industry, I would tell him the same exact thing that the first male porn star that I ever talked to in the industry, Chris Slater, rest in peace. The advice that I got when I first came in, I had only done 3 scenes, and he had done 1,400 scenes at the time. And I was on my 3rd, and I said, you got any advice for a new guy? He said, yeah, I got a big one. And he's like, don't ever date one of these girls. It's like, never ever date a girl in the industry. Never. And you'll be just fine. And I would probably give myself the same advice. You know what I'm saying? And after that, I would probably teach myself about options. Because I'm telling you, not in recommendation for investment, but if I was going to use any one investment style ever from a young age, or even, I'm still young, even from now, you know what I'm saying? Rather than overthinking it and doing all the arbitrage and crazy things that I've done in the past, I would just sell cash secured putts on stocks that either paid dividends or that I thought someday would pay dividends. And I'd sell them right at the money, and I would just be pocketing all those, you know, fucking drawing a blank on the word, but I would just be collecting that, and whenever I got put with the stocks, I would just buy them and hold them, because I already would have the cash in the account to pay for the whole thing. And then over time, all my losses would become my biggest wins, and all my wins would be free money, because I would just be getting paid to sell those contracts. And every time that contract comes up worthless, I would keep 100% of the money that they paid for that contract. And every time that I had to buy the shares because of it, they would be dividend paying shares that I would just buy. I would just, you know what I'm saying, buy and hold. And eventually over time, my losses would, you know, be accruing interest on and dividends. And, you know, I would set up the DRIP program, so it's dividend reinvestment, so that it just keeps buying more fractional shares and so on and so forth as the dividends come in. And, you know, in 10, 20 years, I would be making a passive income that was well into the 5 figures just by doing that on a low scale, even if I didn't invest a lot of money into it. You could do that strategy like working at McDonald's, and eventually you would be rich, in my opinion, but it's not a recommendation for investment. So yeah, those are probably the 2 things that I would tell my young self. You know. Let's see. Christopher Roberts says, hi from New Zealand, but I was born in Manila, Philippines. Well, hello, Christopher, from the Philippines. Oh, wow. I'm really far back on the chat. So the chat's going good. That's good. Frank says, 12 espresso shots a day. I guess you could see notes and hear colors. That actually all started happening when I quit, though. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Is like, I wouldn't have had anything to quit. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't have had anything to sacrifice if I didn't first have the addiction. Do you get what I'm saying, though? This is important. I'm not telling you to go out and get addicted to something so that you can quit. I'm telling you to figure out what you're already addicted to and fucking stop doing that. You know what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck if it's video games. I don't give a fuck if it's literally your job making money. You know what I'm saying? Like, just like defeat your addictions. Become a whole person by yourself, with yourself, and only yourself. Need nothing else. After that, go back and check out that thing. See if you're strong enough to do it without being addicted again. Do you know what I'm saying? If you are, you won. You won so big, because guess what you won? You won something, amazing prize. It's what the shamans call a totem. Okay, now that's not only just substances. You know what I'm saying? It could be anything. Like sex could be a totem. You know what I'm saying? Watching a book can be a totem. You know, so many things, but it's something that, you know, eventually it is one of the fetters, don't get me wrong. You know, if you become addicted even to the effects of the totem, do you know what I'm saying? Like, you don't want to be fettered by rituals either, which things like that can be considered a ritual if it's something like a crutch. But, you know, sometimes we need a crutch. You know what I'm saying? If you got a broken leg, you need crutches, right? And when your leg heals, what do? You get rid of your crutches. It's just like that. So, you know, a totem can be a good thing, but it's also a crutch, but it doesn't have to be forever. You know what I'm saying? So it's literally, it's just, there's a lot, you know what I'm saying? And it's just like, this is all stuff that you would figure out yourself if you just sat and thought all day, thinking about whatever, thinking about yourself. You know what I'm saying? But most people are just so distracted, and it's not your fault or anyone's fault. Well, it is somebody's fault, but not one person's fault. It's been designed like this to distract you. You're distracted. You know what I'm saying? And so it's hard to pay attention to the most important thing in your life, which is you, because you're busy paying attention to other things. Astrid says, when do you plan to vlog, like traveling or foods you eat in a day? Well, in about 1,200 more viewing hours on YouTube. So I'm about 200 hours away from the first level of monetization, which will enhance the live stream, and maybe make it into something where I can stream more often. But I need another 1,000 hours after that to get ad revenue on videos. So there's not really a lot of incentive for me to make like vlogs and stuff right now on YouTube, because I don't even know if they will monetize me. I still have to like apply for monetization whenever we cross that line. So not that it's all about money, but it's just that I would rather be on a different network if they don't monetize me. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a competitor right now already that's upholding free speech, if in case they decide that my spiritual content does not align with the narrative that whoever's running shit here wants out on the internet, because that's how it works. You don't just get to say anything, you get to say whatever they want you to say. Now, I'm not going to say anything other than what I want to say. I just hope that what I want to say aligns with somebody, you know what I'm saying, that will let me speak, because Instagram wasn't that place, you know what I'm saying, and I'm worried that that could happen here, but so far so good. I'm not worrying about it too much, but we're going to cross that bridge when we get there, which is coming soon. So, I'm not over investing in any one network any more than I have to, which they've already set up the parameters. Obviously, this is the best one if you can make it work, but it's the hardest one to make it work because they have all these things you have to do first. Zana says, I don't smoke and get more of a high from cigarette when I do smoke nicotine. Caffeine is a different kind of high. Yeah, it's like a thing. Like, yeah, I mean, fuck. If I smoked a little bit of tobacco, I would probably throw up. Like, but there's people that fucking smoke a pack a day. It doesn't even whatever, but they're addicted. But if they quit for months, they're probably gonna a few months. They smoke a cigarette, they're probably gonna puke too. I don't know. Either that or they'll be high as hell and like, you know what I mean? It's like that. You know what I'm saying? Everything in moderation, even moderation, in moderation. Have I ever been to Japan? I have not been to Japan. I would like to go though. I think it's a very interesting place for me. And on a side note, I know it's not like necessarily Japan alone, but back to the Asia thing, you know, I've been diving a little deeper into the Tao and some of the things there, and I'm starting to think that really that's the place that like I'm starting to find there's some spiritual things that but there's some things that have happened to me since I started going through my spiritual process, which I didn't find anywhere else real whatever, but there was like one thing that I'd heard somebody else talk about. Like there's this guy in Costa Rica that's doing all this energy work, and my friend used to be like a disciple of him, and she told me like his whole story about how he realized that he could work with energy. He was a martial artist, and he was doing martial arts one day, and like he like hit somebody, and like some kind of like pulse came out of his palms, right? Well, I remembered that story because much later, more recently, the same thing happened to me. I was with my father. He was having some issues, and I was, you know, just right after my first degree of enlightenment, and while it was like within 2 weeks afterwards, when I was just like zero ego, like just, I was clean, like my energy was up, as it usually is after a big experience for a couple weeks. And so I set a firm intention of trying to heal him, and I put my hands on his back, and when I did it, like this thunderclap like came out of my hands, like so strong, it went through his entire body. I felt the ground like boom, like as if something heavy dropped on the ground through my knees, because I was kneeling next to him. And he literally was like, it was so strong, he said he felt his ribs like pop out, and he was afraid that it like detached his pacemaker, right? And so, and I literally was like, I put my hands like with my thumbs crossed, like open like this, and I just put it, and it was like at the exact moment of contact, it was like this a mega, like, I mean, it was literally like a thunderclap like came out of my hands. And I never really read anything or seen anything like in yoga or anything else about that specific thing, but I was reading stuff about the Tao recently, trying to see where all the temples are and stuff, and I seen that that's one of the, it's like some kind of thing that they can do with Qigong or whatever. It's called the thunder palm, they call it. In, you know, obviously they don't say it in English, but the translation is thunder palm. And I'm like, oh, I've done the thunder palm, right? And then so I started reading more, And then I was reading about this whole thing about like that they do where they basically like raise their body temperature. Like they'll go out into like the freezing cold and put like wet sheets of paper on themselves, and they'll dry them, and they have like, you know, it's like a thing to see who can like generate the most heat and dry the papers fast enough, and they'll eventually start steaming. And I was like, oh, that sounds a lot like my Manipura activation experience when I was, again, for some reason it seems to be like a weird thing, like when I try to heal somebody, because I was trying to heal my father again, but remotely. I was in LA. He was, you know, hundreds of miles away, but he had just got out of the hospital. And so or actually what had happened was, I'm not going to go too into, but he was sick back in the hospital, and I tried to heal him, and remotely. And for some reason, me meditating on that and praying on that and like trying to heal him, I had activated, I'm sure most of you have seen that stream about the Manipura thing, but like I literally like activated something. I started running like a super high temperature, like to the point that my skin started steaming. Like it was in the winter, it was cold. And then during my like fever hallucination state, where I was like literally such a high fever out of nowhere, that I was like almost basically like delirious. I was just like laying in bed, like steaming. And I looked down, and there was like a little sun, like a little ball of like plasma, like sticking out of my solar plexus. And I'm like, okay. And then so I started reading all the things. I'm like, oh man, like I was like, I'm barely even scratching the surface of what is possible. I was like, the Tao, you know, I already felt something for the Tao, like ever since I read Tao Te Ching. But you know, realizing like that, you know, when I read that, because it was like really hard to find that information, like I sifted through a lot of stuff before I came across it, and I realized that, you know, there's a lot of things that are known and that people can do, which there is like basically almost no material or content or people talking about it on the internet. Like some of the most interesting stuff is kind of secret. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not gatekeeping anything. I've been like totally open and sharing everything like with everybody as I go. Sometimes that makes me nervous, because I'm like, I don't know if I'm supposed to be doing that, or if there's some kind of unspoken thing against it. You know, obviously I realize that there's a karmatic attachment there, but you know, overall I feel like doing service is a big part of this stage of my development, because you know, it's part of being humble, of, you know, sharing your knowledge with people, not necessarily trying to involve yourself in other people's karma, but to just shed light on things that that have been hidden from us, you know. Have I ever seen sex as morally wrong since teen years and thought that your parents, siblings, or relative could be ashamed of you for bringing family shame? No, but you know, my family is I'm from like a long line of hell raisers. Maybe that wasn't the best terminology, but you know, my family everybody's been a renegade in their own way. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not from a family of conformists. And you know, I had my own troubles early on in my adulthood, like when I went to prison and stuff like that. And as a youth, when I was, you know, before I was an adult, like, I was in trouble a lot as well, like with the law. So, you know, I don't know if you're just talking about the industry or whatever, but they weren't too concerned about that because they just were happy that I was not doing anything illegal, or that could get me back in trouble, and they were happy I was making money, and to be able to support myself right away when I got out. But I mean, even like if you mean like prior to that, it wasn't like I'm not from a religious family or anything like that. Like it was more or less just like I don't know. My parents are more like friends than parents. Do you know what I'm saying? Not to say that I don't look at them as parents, but I'm saying is like they're not like strict people. You know what I'm saying? Like in order for them to, yeah, it's just not. It just wasn't like that. But I know it is for a lot of people, and I wish I could offer something there, but the reality is like I'm not the right person to ask about that because I didn't have that experience, and I also I can't imagine caring what anyone else really thought ever in my life. Like it's never been like part of me to consider other people's views of me as important. Like I've only really cared about my view of myself, and that's like been like that for my whole life. Like I've only really cared about how I look and what it feels like when I look in the mirror. You know what I'm saying? What it feels like when, do I feel wrong about it? No. And that's all that's ever really mattered to me. I didn't really care about anyone else's opinion, not even my parents, to be honest. Marie says, the idea of working countless hours to afford a vacation just because they need to escape for a short bit, I can't stand it. I honestly wish I could escape society as a whole. What's even crazier is like, not only do people work countless hours to have a vacation or whatever, there's a lot of people that are super wealthy and don't have to work any hours to afford a vacation, and they still live like that just because they're conditioned to. You know what I'm saying? Like they haven't understood, the concept of quitting while you're ahead, or figured out a way to or realize how much more a passive income is worth than an active income, even if the income's huge. And yeah, that's tough. And that's a big one for a lot of people. But you know what I'm saying? It's like I said before, like different medicine for everybody. You know what I mean? Like if somebody's super rich, like the best thing they could do is to fucking sell everything they own, put it into a, bond or something or whatever, so they don't lose it, obviously, and they have, even if, and create a situation where the interest they're earning is enough to support their lifestyle, even if that lifestyle is like, in comparison to what they're used to, poverty. You know what I'm saying? But for someone that's super rich to go and experience poverty, but without the actual like risks and all that stuff associated with poverty, but it's just that they went and tied all their money up into an asset that pays some secure low risk interest, and now they're gonna live off of that, could be like a fucking tremendously spiritual and expanding experience for them. Will most people do that? No. But in a lot of cases, like if somebody in that situation would come to me and be like, yo, what's up? That'd probably be where I would start, with somebody who was super rich. You know what I'm saying? Versus, it could be the opposite with somebody who has been in poverty. Like they would need to focus on more of like a sacral energy or a manipura type energy. You know what I'm saying? And try to work those out, be more creative, be more aggressive, try to, you know, create some security for themselves. You know, the opposite of that, so that they can know what that feels like. You know what I'm saying? It's always going to be different medicine for everybody. You know, but most people are not going to want to take the medicine. You know, he says, it's good to know that you can get out of the matrix and live a good life. The only thing that sucks is that you still somehow need money to buy food and basic necessities. Haven't found an alternative solution to that yet. No, I mean, it is. I mean, it's set up like that. But what you can do is to truly assess what your basic necessities are. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would say that almost any of us in, you know, most first world countries, what we consider the bare necessities is like luxury compared to most people in like a third world country. Now, I'm not saying that we should aspire to be like third world. What I'm saying is that we should try to have an actual, like, really accurate depiction of what the bare necessities actually are. You know what I'm saying? Because it's really easy to overestimate what the bare necessities are if you haven't already achieved living on the bare necessities. Before learning to, before trying to worry about your money situation and how to, you know, still have what you need, first find the bottom. You know what I'm saying? Keep doing your work, keep doing your job, keep making your money. Don't change that first if you need it. First, get rid of literally everything you can do. This is not a recommendation for investment or lifestyle change or anything like that. But, like, if it was me in that situation, I would start by fucking canceling all my fucking credit cards and bank accounts, and getting all new numbers, all new everything, so that I don't even have to go through the trouble of unsubscribing to all the subscriptions and bullshit that are auto deducting from my account. You know what I'm saying? I would first do factory reset. Nobody can take anything out, period. Then I would assess from there. You know what I'm saying? I cut everyone off. Be like, okay, who absolutely has to get paid here? Okay, rent's got to get paid, cars got to get paid, insurance got to get paid. What else do we need? Food? Medical. Maybe. I don't think I trust medical, to be honest. But some people do and think that that's important, and maybe other people have different health issues than, you know, I don't have health issues. But the, you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying is that, like, I would actually figure out what the bare necessities is and start living off of that. Start living off of that before I made any other changes. You know what I'm saying? I would get used to that. There's a learning curve. Then figure out how to free yourself from your necessity for money and whatever. More so is that, guess what? You're going to get a lot closer to freeing yourself. It's going to be a lot easier to free yourself when you suddenly realize that the money that you've been making and barely getting by on, or maybe you're doing really well, whatever. In either case, once you find that rock bottom of bare necessities, suddenly that money is going to seem like so much more. And then if you can figure out, you know what I'm saying, then suddenly when that money seems like so much more, suddenly it seems much easier to replace it. Then once it's been replaced, suddenly it seems like it's much easier to add on to it. Suddenly it's like, oh fuck, one big payday, maybe I'm doing this all wrong. Maybe instead of working every day, you know, to make $200 a day, right? And making your $6,000 a month, which is what, 78,000 a year or something like that, whatever, and instead maybe I try to, you know, before even changing that, I try to come up with some kind of way where I could make that, or maybe even less than that. Maybe I'm used to making $78,000 a year, making $200 a day or whatever it is. Like, maybe my math is wrong on there, but the moral of the story will still be the same. I'm not going to overthink it. Maybe you can live off of 50,000, but maybe you don't have to work every day for the 50,000. Instead of like being like, okay, instead of making $200 a day, I'm gonna make $150 a day. Be like, I'm gonna make $0 a day for almost the whole year, but one day this year, I'm gonna make 50 grand. I'm gonna work all year. I'm gonna figure out some kind of way to make one big bundle for the year. You know what I'm saying? Because now I'm in a comfortable situation where I don't have a bunch of bills I don't have to worry. I can fucking survive for 5-6 months working on that, doing something I actually love. Like, fucking, maybe you're an artist. You know what I'm saying? You want to work all year on a piece of art, and you want to put a big fat price tag on it. You know what I mean? Like, okay, I'm going to sell this for 100 grand. Maybe it takes you 2 years to sell it. You finally sold your thing for 100 grand. Now you made 50 grand a year for the last 2 years, and you only worked doing something you loved, and for a shorter amount of time, you put very little effort into it. You made the same amount of money. Just a concept. I'm not saying it's like that easy, but it is. If you really want it that much and you put all your mental effort into it. You know what I'm saying? But it's also good to recognize your strengths and weaknesses. You know what I mean? Like, if that's something that conceivably, if you're like, I'm a high IQ person, like I can come up with this. Or you're an artistic person, like, oh, I'm an artistic person, I can come up with this. Or maybe you're like, maybe you really just like physical work. You know what I'm saying? And you're like, how can I do this? You know, or you have some special skill. But the point being is, don't worry about how much it's once you get down to rock bottom, you know your necessities, right? You know how much you need to make that as low as possible. And then after that, you have the freedom and everything to move around and be like, switch everything from how much to how much per effort. You know what I'm saying? Instead of being like, okay, I need to work harder because I want to make more money. Instead being like, how can I work less and make, do you know what I'm saying? So, or that's just my thought process. Again, I'm not telling anyone else what to do or how to live their life, but that's how I think. I'm all about how can I invest as little bit of my time and my effort and my energy into something and still survive and have my basic necessities covered. That's like my personal recipe for financial freedom. Do you know what I'm saying? Because I've had really big wins. You know what I'm saying? In short amount of time, so I understand. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just that you got to put yourself into a position where that can be a reality because you have time. 'Cause time is money, right? Like, but is it? Or does it have to be, is the question. Demetrius, what's your favorite hobbies to do? Well, lately I've been building huts. I like to read. I play chess sometimes when I really feel like a degenerate. I really like chess puzzles. Let's see. I don't know, hobby. I play with the dog. I do yoga. I hike a lot. I like to swim in the ocean. I don't know. I wish I liked to be a video editor more, but I fucking can't stand it. I wish that was a hobby, but it's not. I don't know. I guess I don't really have a lot of hobbies, but I maybe some of the things I just mentioned was hobbies. Bro, stretching exercises help in precise. Yes, actually. I'm shocked to find this out. This isn't something that I read. This is literally the experience that I've had. Is that if you do basically, I don't know if I should say it like this because I don't actually know yoga, like any other style of yoga that was taught other than the one that I invented myself. But after reading about different types of yoga, I realized that my own self-invented yoga most closely is represented by yin yoga, what's called yin yoga. And this is when you're going into a really deep, really painful stretch, not painful, but a very strong, sensationally sensational stretch, and that you're trying to get deeper and deeper into it, and you're spending a long time in that position. I'm talking like minimum 15 minutes, maybe even up to like an hour in one position. If you do that and you stretch like that, you will literally feel like you just went and were lifting weights. You'll have the same level of muscle soreness, and your muscles will actually grow, will physically grow from that as well, without lifting anything, only stretching. I'm telling you, yes, it works. And I would say that as far as like, I think it actually works like better, to be honest. You know, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's an interesting thing, but yes, absolutely stretching exercises help increase size. And also there's if you're talking about strength as well, operating a muscle when it's under a long stretch, or doing like a whole, or for certain muscles doing like something where you're like holding tension instead of pushing or pulling, actually can increase, it's like a tremendous amount of strength increase as well, and it's a completely different type of strength. You know, I think there's still a place for like pushing, pulling exercises, especially like big compound stuff, pull-ups and things like that, squats, but in no way should any person that's interested in any kind of athletics not be doing like some type of like stretching, planking, holding, and operating in a hyperextended, under like a hyperextended situation, and expect to have as much strength gain as if you were doing both. Just not. Rock says martial arts is better than yoga, even morning walk is better. There's no such thing as really better. And also you're saying yoga, like when you say yoga, you mean it differently than when I say yoga. Yoga has many different types of yoga. There's many different branches of yoga. There's like, but what you're talking about is asana, and martial arts is, you know, there's things that are very similar to that, and having a walk can be a type of meditation as well, but what yoga means is to be introspective and to learn yourself of who you are. So in some way, martial arts is a form of yoga. You know what I'm saying? But I would honestly, in my own opinion, my biggest problem with what you just said is that you use the word better, because nothing is better than something else if they're both good. It's that if you like both, you know what I'm saying, like, you can't compare apples to oranges. It's part of the conditioning to think like that. And so if you want to uncondition yourself, you should observe everything as it is for what it is, instead of comparing everything from one thing to the next. You know what I'm saying? Like, be an observer, and also speak from, try to only speak about things that you know a lot about. If you don't really know a lot about something, like, don't talk. You know what I'm saying? Because you'll learn more by listening than by talking about something that you don't have experience with. And then maybe you do have experience with, but I just somehow, based upon the comment, I don't think so. Zana says, watching your broadcast was not meant to be here today. Too much happening around today. Oh, and well, it is what it is. I'm happy that you're here anyways. It makes a big difference. I'm always happy to see you here, Zana. Frank says to Melissa, Taro, I get that If you grew up in poverty, you fear being poor again. I really wish for you to find yourself in a spot where you don't have to be afraid anymore. And that's a good point too. Like fear is like the number one thing that we're fighting against through the spiritual process. Fear is the lowest vibration, and it happens and it goes into it seeps into like every negative emotion is somehow kind of rooted and traces back to fear. You know what I'm saying? And the farther away that you get from fear, the more positive that your emotion comes. You know what I'm saying? And all positive emotions, their positivity is based upon how far away they are from fear. You know what I'm saying? What do I do for work? I am against working. I don't do anything for work. Did I quit adult film? Yes. Am I still fasting? Not fully. I'm like I've been doing more of like I've been doing more of like I've been kind of doing like an alternate day fasting. Like right now I'm only consuming liquids. And then tomorrow I plan on eating a big super duper spicy meal because I'm preparing for like another longer fast. And for me, my biggest setback with fasting, I wouldn't say setback, but the thing that usually makes me break is not any kind of discomfort. Like I don't break because I'm hungry. I don't break because I'm thirsty. I don't break a fast for any of those reasons. Like I really like don't feel that kind of discomfort about it anymore. Like I feel more positive effects than negative effects now. But this might be TMI, but the thing is like I don't like to go in, you know, your digestive system kind of stops moving when you start fasting. And I don't like to have a lot of food like inside of myself, like solid food, like when I start, because it stays there for a while and I don't want it to stay there. So I do this thing I've been doing, you know, I've been trying to get more into like an alternate day fasting as like a normal, just as my normal way of being, where I always fast every other day. Sometimes I don't, you know, I break from that, but I've been working my way to that. And then when I'm getting ready for like a longer one, I switch to just liquids for a little while so that I can try to keep everything moving. And when I feel empty, that's when I start the fast. Because again, that's like the thing that makes me break the most is, you know, I don't like to feel like, oh, I haven't eaten for 2 or 3 days, but I still feel something in my stomach. Like it's not a good feeling, you know. What kind of art do you create? Paintings or sculptures? Just random stuff. Well, I guess, well, not really. Mostly writing, to be honest. But sometimes I do. It's mostly writing. Sometimes I do like illustrations and stuff with things that I write, but it's mostly of the written word is my art. Favorite liquor brand? No liquor. I don't do liquor. Why not dating them? Who? I don't know. The chat's super long, so I'm probably like super far behind, but don't know. I'm not really dating now. I mean, I would maybe, but the situation that I would accept for that is unlikely. So, no. Brenda says, thank you for answering my questions. I've missed talking to you and seeing you. I'm so glad that you found me on over here. I wish that the Instagram thing would have worked out, but it is what it is, and I have faith that everything's for a reason, and I hope that this will be bigger and better than Instagram ever was. Bless YouTube. I love your YouTube. Frank Etta said, went cold turkey on caffeine years ago. My price to pay was a week of horrible headaches, but my anxiety disorder shut down for once. Yes, there's the getting off of caffeine, if you've been a long-term caffeine addict, is one of the hardest things you can ever do. Like for me, like it fucking cost me a lot. Like I slept for like 6 weeks. I had a headache for a few days, but like for me, when I first would quit, when I was going through the process, not now, but before, it'd be like headache, depression, kidney pain, sleep for 6 weeks. that was my progression of quitting caffeine. Why am I always in my car? When I stream, do I live in my car? I live wherever I am at the moment. If I'm at the grocery store, I live in the grocery store. If I'm in my car, I live in my car. If I'm in the beach, I live at the beach. If I'm in the ocean, I live in the ocean. If I'm at your house, I live at your house. No, I'm just living, because the thing is, I live in my body. I live in my body. I don't live in anywhere else. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm a soul. I'm a soul that has a spirit, and I live in a body. If that makes sense. So it's just a different way of looking at things. You know what I mean? To me, trying to live in something that can't move is a lot like being back in prison. You know what I'm saying? Like I've been there, I've done that, like I'm good. I've tried it many times. I've domesticated. I lived in hotels for 2 years. And until this last year, those were the best 2 years of my life. You know what I'm saying? So I don't do cells. I'm not into cages, not into residences. You know what I'm saying? Like I live in my body. That's why I work. That's why I'm all about my health. That's why I'm all about, my mentality. It's all, that's why I'm all about my knowledge, my spirituality, because this isn't just my home. This is also my temple. And it's like, I know that sounds, cliche or whatever, but there's so much to it. You know what I'm saying? There's so much more to that. Because it truly, like the meaning of my body as a temple is so much deeper than most people realize of the surface. Everyone's heard it, but nobody really understands it. You know what I'm saying? Not nobody, but not a lot. Yeah, my dad's doing way better. Privet, Sabrina, Kakdela. How did I have such high expenses at my peak? Fuck, I mean, living in expensive places, you know what I'm saying? Like, I would say at the time when I had like peak bills, like my rent was $4,500 alone. And then it was another like $200 a month to pay the valet for the parking there. You know what I'm saying? Then everything else in my life, my diet, my car, my, all the other bills, high-speed internet, fucking, I mean, I don't know. It wasn't that hard. It racks up. Why was I in prison? I got into a fight at a party, and then the guy left and came back with a bunch of his friends, and they jumped me. I got hit with a bottle. I was getting stomped out on the ground by, I don't know, more people than had room to be kicking me. Like the balcony that I was on was completely full of people, and I was getting kicked, and by all of them. And I had a pocket knife. I managed to get it out, and I stabbed 2 of the guys. So I got 4 years in prison for that, even though it was self-defense. But they tried to give me 27 to life, even though nobody died. So I fought that for like about 2 years. And the first plea bargain they offered me was 12 years to plead guilty. So in the end, I ended up making my own deal. When I was about to start my trial, I told them, I said, you know, they offered me 5 finally at the start of the trial, and I said 4. And they said, okay. And I said, fuck, I should have done 3. I should have said 3. But you know, it was a learning experience. I don't take it back. And truthfully, if I was in the same position again, I would do the same thing again. I don't feel that I was in the wrong. I just was in the wrong place at the wrong time, in the wrong state. Because even what I did would have been totally legal 1 state away in Nevada. It would have been legal in Florida. It would have been legal in Texas. You know, it would have been legal in Oregon. But it was not legal in California, sadly. So, it is what it is. Have a good night, Noi. Thank you for coming. Welcome, Essie. Or, oh, never mind. I take it back. Search says, true what you saying, you can't know all, but you can always learn. Exactly. Why didn't I stay in Santa Barbara? Well, strangely enough, I got motivated to leave Santa Barbara because I liked it so much that I finally found the motivation in being there. I ended up taking like my affinity for the place as more of a reason why I needed to finally get rid of all my storages and get rid of all my things. And so I'm about to go into hyper mode. You know, I was planning originally on like waiting until like fall or something to do the storages thing, and maybe I will end up waiting to that to like finish it completely. But I wanted to get started and at least get rid of like some stuff and consolidate maybe into like if I can get rid of like 1 storage, I'll be pretty happy. Yeah, I was kind of, I was so motivated by being there. I didn't want to come back so bad that I decided I want to rip the Band-Aid off and kind of go full ascetic and start setting myself up for, you know, being able to travel without having to return anywhere. And then from that point also too, because like more and more that time goes by, the more and more I feel drawn eastward to Asia. And it's like I know I'm not coming back once I go there. Like I don't know, but I'm just saying I have a feeling that like I will probably never live in the States again once I leave this next time. And so I just want to get rid of all my stuff, and I just want to be done with it. TB says, I was curious to know why not dating women in the industry. Thank you for your answer. Well, it's not everybody. There's nice people in the industry, but I don't want to be exposed to everyone that they're exposed to. I'm not a cuck. I don't appreciate sharing my woman with anybody. I know the people of the industry, and while there's some really nice people and really cool people there, I would say that over half are narcissistic to either like some degree or like a great degree, and I wouldn't even want to risk. I've had experiences with narcissists now, and I understand like the concept of like covert narcissism now, which was the really nastiest thing that I ever had to learn. But for me, it's like one red flag regarding narcissism is a no-brainer. I run for the hills, cut out of my life, no contact, never talk to someone again. One red flag of narcissism, and I'll never talk to somebody again. If I can help it, I'll try not to. I don't want nothing to do with a narcissistic person. And because I know exactly how toxic they are, and I know now, I also gotten really, really close to a covert narcissist, not knowing what that is. I'm also able to spot them now. I know that they're really hard to spot, and they can be really, really tricky, but I'm good at it now, and I just like to be in the industry is enough of a red flag that, you know, even if it's 51% chance that somebody's a narcissist, it's too much for me, you know, and it's probably actually much higher than that. So I just wouldn't, it's just not something that I want anywhere in my vicinity. Like, it's fine for the day. But as far as like building a life with somebody or involving them in your life, like, it's like by the time you figure it out, it could be too late. You know what I'm saying? Like, you never want to get let those people in. Don't give them an opening at all. So not saying the industry people, but narcissistic people. And like I said, if it's even 51%, which I'm sure it's at least that much, like, that's bad odds to me. I'm a gambler. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not taking bad odds. Like, I've gambled enough to know that bad odds happen, but 51%, like, that's gonna happen most of the time. You know what I'm saying? It's probably more like 60. TB says, oh wait, no, that was the one. Nora Miller, compliments on the hair. Thank you so much. Frank says, thank you so much for your time. It was the best 3 hours I spent all week. Looking forward to the next live stream. Your beautiful soul. Good night from Germany. Anna. Thank you so much, Anna, for coming. I'm glad you enjoyed the stream. I'm definitely trying to keep it up regular. The last stream that we did was our all-time peak, as far as like watch time and views and all that stuff. So I'm hoping the algorithm is starting to pick me up a little bit. And I only need 200 more hours, and I'll probably start dramatically increasing the amount of streams that I can do, just because, you know, it'll be less of a sacrifice to put the time out to do this. Not that sacrificing is bad. Go sacrifice. But for me, I'm sacrificing on many fronts. many fronts. I gotta keep something on the side before I turn into stardust and light and just evaporate. Let's see. Did I ever talk to the guys from the fight again after? That's a good question, Max. No, I did not. But you want to know the funny thing is that I normally don't talk about other performers, but those guys turned out to be all friends with Chris Strokes, because they were all from the same city, from Pleasanton. And that was like all of Chris Strokes' like homies from high school. And I remember I was like, forgot where I was with Chris Strokes, and he asked me, he's like, hey, did you like stab two guys named so and so? I was like, yeah. He's like, oh wow. He's like, I fucking went to school with them. He's like, people. I was like, well, they all made statements against me, so they're all rats. Fuck off. No, I didn't say it to him, but I mean, you know, regarding them. it's like, yep, sure did. So yeah, that was kind of funny. It's a small world, right? Let's see. Magic says, just a deal away from a world having the Bruce experience. Trippy. Yeah, we're tripping. We're doing stuff. Look like a beast. I feel like a beast. Handsome beast. I'll take it. As a matter of fact, like, I really like to, like, yeah, I do beast out. I'm still known to do some beasting, but in a good way. In a good way. Everyone likes it. How much does a storage unit cost in my area? Well, they just raised all my fucking rents on them, so I'm like literally dropping like $500, a little over $500 a month on storage to store a bunch of stuff that if I could extract all my important papers and art and writing and stuff from there, like, I would happily sell the whole bundle for less than what I've spent over the course of the entire thing. But anyways, you guys, if you want, it's going to be coming soon. I'm going to start selling all my stuff, liquidating all my stuff. So if you want to own a piece of history, keep an eye on my socials for when I start the liquidation. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to ignore you, Ron. I just missed the comment. I got distracted by the beast thing. Do I believe in astrology? There's something to it for sure. I don't know why it works. I don't know. It doesn't. I feel like it shouldn't. I feel like feel like it shouldn't be a believable thing, but Ayurveda also seems like one of those things which I found truth in as well. So I'm starting to realize that a big part of our conditioning and understanding of the world is, well, I realized it, but it's like very heavily influenced. It's like, they went and tried to make science a new religion. You read all this stuff like about nutrition and about, all this different stuff. And it's like, maybe there's some truth to it and they can whatever. They got some kind of experiments they can recreate, but there's just so much more to the story and to the complexity of everything that can't be explained and will never be explained. That you really just have to look at the results. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, yeah, I do believe in it. I don't know why I believe in it, but other than the fact that I just see it's accurate. I see accuracy in it. I don't fucking think that it should. I think that it's very weird that there's accuracy in it. It's innately something inside myself that like the logical part of myself says that's not logical. Like I've gone into it deep enough to be like, okay, well, I don't know, maybe, like regarding like personal horoscopes or something, which is I think the most surface level astrology, but let's just say that I kind of broke it down into like, there could be something more to it, like with the whole, maybe it's not so much about when you're born, but when you're conceived. You know what I'm saying? Because when you're conceived is going to have a lot to do with what the weather is like during your mother's pregnancy. It's going to have something to do with your mother's emotions. Your mother's emotions are going to be at play there. The food that your mother consumes is going to be at play there. And I think a lot happens in the womb. Whatever, I don't know how much, obviously the planets are a way to mark the seasons as well as whatever, but on the like deeper, more crazier level of astrology that's like going into other stuff, it's like, I don't know how that works or why that works, but it does. But I do also understand that we have celestial bodies as well as our physical bodies, you know what I'm saying? And that, that the planets and the stars and things like that are all consciousnesses. And so there's more at play than gravity and alignments and this, that, and the other. There's literally consciousness. These are literally conscious things. And not only that, but those conscious planets and celestial bodies, a lot of them, I don't know if all of them, but like I think a lot of them, you know, have avatars and incarnations here on Earth as well. So that could be part of it as well. So it's I don't understand it. I'm not a professional. Don't really want to talk too much about it because I like to speak from a position of knowing rather than wondering or thinking or having theories. But I just answered as well as I could, and I do see something there that seems to be accurate to some level, have an effect of some level. And I don't really, I'm honestly trying to stay away from like the need to know why anything works or how anything works, and to just observe that something works. And in my opinion, that astrology works. Like there's something working there. So welcome, Isha Gupta. Am I in India? I wish I was in India. I'm trying to get to India. Well, I shouldn't say I wish I was anywhere other than where I am, but my trajectory is towards India. I really feel called there and I want to go. I feel something familiar and kindred about the place. But sadly, my sacrifices that I've been making towards my spiritual ends have not left me completely fluid to the point where I can just pack up everything and take the dog to India. But I'm working towards that. That's like my overall, I wouldn't even say a long-term goal. That's like my short-term goal. But it's a very difficult one. And I'm really looking forward to getting there. And I think that there's a good chance that I will make that if they will give me a visa, I will stay like long term. Welcome, Comfort Zone. Good to see you, my friend. Okay, wait 1 second. Max says, yeah, I think astrology works, and I also think it shouldn't be a real thing, right? Yeah, it's weird, but let's not overthink it, dude. Let's just fucking be thankful that there's some kind of guidage. Let's be thankful for the guides, even if it's weird. Like, let's just embrace it. Like, we don't have to overthink it. You know what I mean? Like, I was having, like, you know, it just works, dude. It just works. Ron von Bergen, you can recognize people's birth month in just meeting a person sometimes. It's weird shit. Yes, it's very fucking weird. It's weird. Magics are probably more, she knows a little bit more about this than I do, I think, but she's laughing at us. She says, ha ha, it's just a star and a planetary map to a deeper understanding. That's why it works. Yeah, it's cool. It's I don't know. I'm not, like I said, I'm not arguing. Like, I'm happy for the road signs. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I'm gonna, you know, if you gotta wander, it's always nice to come across a sign. You know what I'm saying? So if they're giving us signs, like, let's just be thankful. Let's show gratitude. Let's not fucking over science it, and just, you know, let's just observe it. Let's just take it as a blessing. You know what I'm saying? Max says, a friend of mine is highly sensitive and guessed the zodiac sign of a group of 9 people accurately. Impressive. I like that. Let's see. Okay, I'm caught back up now. Let's see. Planetary archetypes and maps give you a bigger picture reading. Yeah, I mean, you know, if you really want to be into the astrology thing, it's such a dedication. Like, I see what goes into that, and it's just like, I don't have room in my mind to hold that much data, you know, and keep my level of, you know, it's just something you just have to consume yourself with if you really want to know. You're better off, like, for me, it's like, in my case, I would rather just find somebody I trusted that knows and ask them, you know, to read it. Because it's like, you know, whenever you're talking about a skill or a knowledge that's like that deep and that abstract and that much to it, and, you know, that arcane and occult, you know, it's got to be something that you're extremely passionate about and that you love to read about, you love to learn about, you love to study, you love to do it. Otherwise it's just not going to be the same as, you know, the person that has all those features about it is just going to be better at it, you know what I'm saying? Ron says, I'm also born in November, and when I meet someone new, I feel a person is born in November. I have to ask, and it was like 5 times in a row correct. Yeah, you can totally tell. You can totally, it's just so many things. Like, it's like, you know, like I have only been close to like certain signs. Like there's some signs I've never had a friend, never had a girlfriend, never whatever, and there's like some that it's like always a repeating thing. You know what I mean? Like I've been with a million Cancers, been with tons of Libras, I've been with too many Aries. You know what I'm saying? And and like it's like I never met you know, it's like I don't think I've ever been close to a Capricorn, or you know what I'm saying? Like it's like I just like, you know, aside from my father, I don't really know any Tauruses or been close to a Taurus. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like it's weird. It's weird. Like it's like a is something to that. Ron Bruin says, so there is a correlation in life. Yeah, there definitely is. There's something. I don't know if it's literally the planets causing it, but I don't need to know either. Like, because the planets could also just be looked at as like a clock. I'm not saying I think that their consciousness is, I don't think that it's that simple, but I'm saying is that you can use it like a clock. So it could be something else that just happens to line up with the cycle of the seasons and stuff. But I literally, again, even talking about that or saying all that, I feel wrong because I don't know, and it's just speculation, and it's overthinking. It's just corruption of the mind. Do I find hard to connect with people? Are you happier alone in nature? Are you a lone wolf? English is not perfect. I hope you understand what I mean. Yeah, I wouldn't say I find it hard to connect with people. If I'm alone with a person, like, you know, like my human design, if anyone's interested or familiar with that, since we're talking about crazy things like astrology right now, is like as a projector, and I like feel that really strong, and I don't know how that they got that figured out, but it's like it like nailed me to the wall. It's like I'm for sure that, right? And I can really connect with one person at a time, like deeply. And I can do that, you know, in the way that I'm most famous for. But I can also do that just through conversation and like whatever. And, you know, I really feel like, you know, there's like I can communicate like on a deep level with one person. Um, but I am happier alone in nature, I think, in general. Like my best moments are alone and in nature. I mean, I love the dog. I love the dog's company. It's not the same as having a person around, but the cool thing is I like to not, you know, I like my thoughts. I like my mind. I like my own company. Like I don't need anyone else's real input to have deep, meaningful thoughts and conversation. Like I can have all that within myself, you know. And I would 100% say that I'm, you know, a lone wolf. What is it? The Lobo Solitario. But yeah, I am a lone wolf, you know. And I feel that on like some deep levels, you know what I mean? Like sometimes I actually do howl at the moon because like I realize that like some animals, and wolves are one of them, like wolves and cats are spiritual creatures. You know, like when cats purr, like they're meditating, dude. They're like activating something in their brain with those vibrations, you know. And when the fucking wolf howls at the moon, that's mantra. He's doing the mantra, dude. So I highly suggest howling at the moon. There's something so spiritual about that. And you can feel it in your brain too, like in the same way that when you like chant the Om and you like have like the perfect pitch, you know what I'm saying, and you get it just right. Like I've been getting really good at my Omage lately. And because I used to be like, I'd do the Om, and eventually I would like find that perfect resonance where it would like vibrate the whole inside of my skull, and I could like feel the entire like 3D mapping of my skull. Now I can do it every time. Like I'm just you know what I'm saying? Like that was so good. I loved it. But yeah, you gotta howl at the moon. It's important. Well, thank you, Isha. I will definitely have to visit Rishikesh. I don't know where that is, but I'm trying to. That's one of the really cool things and interesting things about it. I know it's a huge country, and it's just like I imagine that there's endless things to see. So mantra, baby. How much cars do I own? I don't own anything, dude. I don't own a fucking thing. You know what I mean? I don't believe in owning things. Like whatever's in my possession right now is in my possession because it hasn't been taken from me. But at the end of the day, you don't own anything, dude. You don't own nothing either. Nobody does. Anyone here who thinks that they own something is wrong. I'll tell you straight up. There's always somebody out there that can take it from you. I ain't taking nothing from nobody. You know what I'm saying? Myself. So don't get me twisted. But trust me, I don't give a fuck what you think you own or who you think you are. You don't own a fucking thing. And if the universe, the world, even possibly another human just transpired enough to take it from you, it's not yours anymore. Or should I say it's not in your possession anymore. So fucking forget about it. Why are you guys going on this like crazy like materialistic path right now? The most expensive thing I ever bought in one purchase was a roll of craps. Was a dice roll, baby. Or actually, no, I take that back. The most expensive thing I ever bought in a single purchase was gold contracts. Yeah. That was by far the most expensive thing I ever fucking bought. And the number one thing I wish I wouldn't have bought. I'm glad I can laugh about it now because, baby, I cried. I cried. Yeah, exactly. This is a good point, and I'm going to go even deeper, but I'm going to read the comment first. Magic says, who needs a car when you're the spaceship inside the mothership? And yeah, you know, as I always say, or not as I always say, but what I believe to be true, and my favorite part of the Tao is, you know, the concept that it's the space inside of something that is valuable. You know what I'm saying? Like if you buy a car, but it was full and you couldn't sit in it, and there's no space in there, what good is it going to do? You can't drive it, right? You gotta, you got a jug, but it doesn't have an opening in the top. You can't put anything in there. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like there's got to be space inside. And the most valuable thing that you can own is empty space. You know what I'm saying? Because it's unlimited. The empty space has unlimited potential. You know what I'm saying? To get a quantum about it, like as soon as the wavelength collapses and something is no longer empty space, it has gone from unlimited potential to totally finite, which is me. So, exactly. Dahlia says, true that we own nada. It's all for rent. Never become attached to stuff is my best advice. Exactly. Exactly. Don't own a fucking thing. You're just holding things. You know what I mean? Even if nobody ever takes anything from you and you just keep it in your possession your whole life, you aren't taking it with you when you go. So who owns it then? Somebody else owns it then. You know what I'm saying? So it's an interesting concept. You know what I'm saying? And I think that it's ultimately it's one of the most misunderstood things that people do. Maya! What took you so long? Welcome, Bonita. Let's see. Max says, at age 17, I emptied my entire room and lived like that. I realized you can basically cut everything out from your life. That's great to know. You know what, Max? I feel good about your potential right now. You're going somewhere, buddy. I like that. That was a good fucking story. Thank you for sharing that. That's legit. I'm impressed right now. I haven't been impressed in a while, but I'm impressed by that. Maya says, the great Indian saint Kabir said the same thing. When one continues to meditate with the word, an echo arises from within known as a japa japa, unpronounceable chants. This takes the form of a thin string, and the string itself becomes an obstacle in observing the truth of the inner universe. Therefore, man is unable to reach the supreme truth beyond mind and matter. I feel that so much, and that's like what I was saying earlier. You probably missed this part, but I was like just saying is like I feel a somewhat of like the only real spiritual setback that I'm currently like conscious of and feeling consciously right now that I know that I can do better is to get rid of all my possessions. You know what I'm saying? And so that's why I'm about to like I said, left Santa Barbara. I'm going to try to focus no matter how bad the weather is. I got to remember that I moved all that shit from Vegas to begin with, so, and in the summer. So even if it's fucking 92 degrees here, I got to get it done. It's like I can almost taste, like I don't want to, it's almost like a lust. I feel bad. Like, see, that's what I'm saying. It's such a setback that it's a lust. It's a lust for less. Like I have a lust for less. Like I want, you know what I'm saying? I want zero. You know what I'm saying? But in, in like physical terms. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just don't want to be attached to anything. Like, the only thing I really am planning on being attached to for the next, like, as far as like physical things within this realm that I have every intention of staying attached to for at least the next 10 years is Sam. But I don't even consider him something I own. I don't possess him. He's like my friend. He's my best friend. You know what I'm saying? And I have no desire. I have no intention of losing him. But beyond that, I don't even want to say losing anything. It's just like I just want to shed everything because I know that it's required to reach the absolute. You know. Well, okay, I'm going to read everything you said because I actually do have an opinion. Maya says, word means om, like no word or no singing while meditating, no om. It was an article from an Indian guru, not my own. Chanting om may distract your brain from spirituality. Okay, it can. You're right. Like I've not experienced like the same thing again since like the first time that the Om was really super successful. Like the first time I did it. The first time I did it though was, you know, my first like extremely powerful, life changing spiritual experience was activated by that, and it can be distracting for sure. But the thing is that it's there's like multiple levels to that, because I don't even know how to put this into words. There's a spiritual meaning behind it, but there's also a physical effect of it. You know what I'm saying? And it depends on how you do it. You know what I'm saying? Like, but you can like literally like physically like stimulate different parts of your brain and stuff like that. So, um, and at the same time, it's also like a form of pranayama, right? And again, as I was mentioned earlier, which you weren't here, but it's one of like the 10 Buddhist fetters to be addicted or rely on rituals, right? Which that would be. But, you know what I'm saying? With enough spiritual advancement, you won't need the rituals, right? So, like, if it works, it works. And for me, it did work. And I don't think that anyone, you know, I'm just going to go ahead and respond to the guru who you're quoting, and even though they're not here, but I will say, like, I somewhat disagree with them telling people that, because, like, if you're serious about spirituality and meditation, you're probably a lot like me, and you probably spend most of your day doing some form of meditation or another. I do all different types of meditation. I do, and all of my, and a lot of my, like, for example, like a lot of my like most of my really intense experiences were open eye meditations. Um, you know, which is obviously like it's a more advanced thing, but the but they're not like interchangeable. Like one doesn't replace the other, you know. And like for me personally, like I think, you know, if you get addicted to one form of ritual, yeah, okay, I think that that's bad. It can be distracting or whatever. Maybe it can hold you back from like other things. But like I personally believe, you know, like I love Tantra. Like, I believe in having as many tools in your toolkit as possible, as long as you're not addicted to one, you know. And if you can, and Tantra is like the art of finding those different techniques, you know. So you need, if you, the more of those techniques you can learn and master individually, the more you can combine them together into a Tantra. And, you know, I could be wrong again. I'm not a, you know, I'm not a guru, but like, the way I see it personally, and this is just me speaking from my experience, is that, you know, having those toolkits and learning those tantras leads you towards mastery, and in ways that you wouldn't really imagine. You know what I'm saying? Like you know, sometimes, like for example, the last big thing that happened to me, which I've talked about, you know, it didn't really, like, the benefits of it didn't make sense with the experience. Like, I was fucking crying my love to Shakti for, you know, 5 hours, and, you know, maybe longer. Like, you know, it was like all this crazy emotional release, like just pure emotional release. But when it was over, I was able to, ever since then, I've been able to meditate so much easier, so much more pure. I can feel the energy like coursing through my body in a completely different way. I can feel the fucking energy channels. Like, I can feel, you know, new energy points. I can feel some kind of connection through my heels to the earth, and like energy in like a different way. And I can fucking draw up, like, I can access this like channel that's like running through the center of my body, um, just so much more acutely, ever since that happened. And to me, I don't see any correlation. Like, I don't see how it's related. I don't see why me crying my love for 5 hours, like hysterically, just in the most craziest, like, heartbroken love despair of missing somebody I've never physically been around during this been within this container yet, like missing some, like, you know what I'm saying, like that just absolutely hopeless despair of wanting somebody and something so bad that I couldn't even fucking process anything except for the words "I love you," and fucking just hysterically bawling. You know what I'm saying? But somehow that experience unlocked all types of fucking abilities in me. And at the same time, I was able to access like memories and skills from a completely another lifetime, because I literally was able to remember these emotions that were from another lifetime. And in accessing those emotions, I also accessed the knowledge of the spirit that was associated with those emotions. Oh, thank you for posting the Telegram group as well, Maya. You guys all join the Telegram group for ongoing discourse about this stuff, and also to get the updates when I'm going to thing. Oh man, yeah, I'm gonna actually have to go with agreeing with you on this, Max. I hate to say it, but I'm going to go even a step farther and explain it in a different way. But Max says, in a way, I love the own nothing and be happy. You know what I mean? And honestly, like, I get like why that sounds so terrible to most people. You know what I'm saying? No, like, I don't want totalitarianism. I don't want anyone to, you know, be dictating me. But I also, like, I completely understand that on so many levels, because it is happier. There is less pressure. There is less. It's the. It's just less things to worry about. But even more so is that something that I've observed, and this is actually the darker side of that comment, is that the person that said it, you know, which obviously I think is not the friend of humanity, and probably meant it in a different way, more like the way that I'm about to quote, is that it's something that I've observed in Sam. Is like, the better the food that I feed Sam, he will seem like depressed for like days afterwards if he doesn't get more of it. Like if like a couple weeks ago, I bought this like big nice piece of organic beef. You know, it was not cheap, right? I tried to eat it and I just couldn't do it. It just grossed me out too much because I just couldn't do the meat thing. Like I felt like I needed some kind of extra, like I was trying to like heal because I was having trouble recovering from doing so much like physical exercise. So I was like, oh, maybe I need some meat to recover. Well, I went and got the meat. I couldn't stomach it. And so Sam ended up getting to eat this huge slab of beef. And I'll tell you what, for like a fucking 4 or 5 days afterwards, he just cried. Everything that I would give him, he would just kind of like be upset about it. He didn't want even chicken and stuff. He's just like, all of a sudden dog food's not good enough. It's like when I gave him chicken, all of a sudden dog food's not good enough, and he's sad whenever he doesn't have chicken. But then I give him beef, now all of a sudden chicken's not good enough, and he's sad whenever he doesn't have beef. You know what I'm saying? And that's, I think, more like what the WEF guy or whatever was talking about when he says own nothing and be happy, is that he was thinking of us more like animals or dogs, you know, in the sense of like, if you don't know what you're missing, you can't be upset about missing it, right? That's like the dirty, dark, you know, degrading side of that comment. But the beauty of it is that if you accept that on your own without somebody forcing it on you, if you have all the options in the world and you've created a situation where it's more or less accessible, and you choose not to partake in it, if you just opt out and say, I don't need anything, I'm happy. It's so beautiful, and it's so true. It's so true. You do own nothing and be happy. And in that regard, I do agree and I like it, but I still think that the person that said it originally, I forgot his name, Mr. World Economic Forum, like I think more likely he was more than likely than not, he wasn't saying it in a spiritual way. He was saying it in a useless eaters kind of a way, like they see us as dogs. But that's just an observation. So I don't really have an opinion. I own nothing and I'm happy. As a matter of fact, I own too much and I'm happy. But I'm getting happier the less that I have. You know what I'm saying? Like for me, especially in this modern age when we are kind of forced to use the fiat and all the other stuff, you know, or things like exist like futures and stuff where you can own a physical thing without actually touching it. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't have to store 1,000 barrels of oil to own 1,000 barrels of oil. You know, in that sense, like it's great to have the resources. You know what I'm saying? Like you can, if you know how finance works, you can really, you know, it makes a great store of value and it creates security and it opens doors and stuff. But you know, it's like the physical items, the physical stuff is, it's a loss of energy. It's negative energy. It doesn't add. You know what I'm saying? Unless maybe it is a vehicle or something that can transport you, in which case there's like a there's an associated freedom there. You know what I'm saying? Like maybe, you know, it's like to me that's where like I place my value. Like for me, like what do I value in life? What's the most important, you know, non-emotional thing in my life? But like from a logical standpoint, and this is also part of what I feel like led me to spirituality, is that above all things, like my strategy for life, and it's been like this for a long time, you know, and really the only concession I've ever made to this is Sam, but it didn't, when I first got him, it wasn't intended to be like this. I literally got Sam to guard my house and my things and my ex-girlfriend when I wasn't there. So initially Sam was supposed to increase my flexibility because he was supposed to make me less worried about guarding my stuff when I wasn't there, right? He was supposed to help with that. Now that I'm out of that situation, he's kind of the only damper on my flexibility, because let's face it, I can go to Asia right now and do whatever the fuck I want, easy peasy, no problem. We don't even have to think about it. I'm on the next thing smoking to India. If I didn't have the dog, but I got the dog, so now it's super expensive and complicated to do that. Which, by the way, is why I have the GoFundMe. So if anyone wants to throw something on the GoFundMe or the PayPal or whatever, just, you know, realize I ain't got nothing going on other than whatever y'all bless me with. So, but my, back to what I was saying is that above all things, I value flexibility. You know what I'm saying? Like, flexibility to me is like the superpower. It's a superpower, you know what I'm saying? And again, like I said, like it's like Sam's throwing a little damper on me right now, but I'll overcome that eventually. And you know, it's beautiful to have nothing holding you back, nothing tying you to one place to where you gotta get fucking, you know, where you're always fighting what's his name from Mortal Kombat that throws the thing, like, get over here, like, you know what I'm saying? You always get recalled. You got something to go back to. Well, if you got nothing to go back to, then you're ultimately flexible. That means that you can act on any opportunity anywhere that you have access to. You know what I'm saying? If you don't have to, if you're not stuck in a location, then the whole world is your oyster. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can, you know, you can act on any opportunity. You can go do anything, anytime, anywhere. And there's nothing being like, oh, I got to look in my area. Oh, I don't want to go on a long commute. I don't want to whatever. It's like, no, you just move there. You just go there. Just be there. You don't have to come back. Just go find opportunity there. Or, oh, I got the call. You know, in this part of the world, I'm there. You know what I mean? Like, flexibility is fucking like, flexibility is freedom. You know what I'm saying? The moment that you're not flexible and you can't fucking change at the drop of a dime, you're slipping back into incarceration. You know what I'm saying? Like, most people don't realize it. They're like, oh, I love my house. I got all these cool things. I got my Xbox. You know what I'm saying? My refrigerator's full. Like, it's all cool. But it's like, yeah. You know, it's kind of a lot like a prison. You know? Even if you can go anywhere at any time and anything, like, think about the fact of fucking, like, it's like, look how expensive it is to fly private. Like, you got to get on a fucking, you got to go to the airport, you know what I'm saying? They're going to try to stick you through the fucking radiation machine, you know what I'm saying? Give you a little zap on the way. You know, you can go breathe some fucking toxic air, be crammed with a bunch of people, uncomfortable, maybe get sick. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're flexible, but it's like you can't just hop in your own plane and go anywhere that you want anytime. They make sure that that's way unaccessible. Not to say that we need to, like, now revert back to, like, let's go work our fucking life away for a private jet. But the point being is, like, there's always a greater degree of flexibility that can be achieved, and that's what I personally am always striving for, is ultimate flexibility. Like, once I'm ultimately flexible flying coach, then I'll work on being ultimately flexible to flying first class. Then I'll work on being ultimately flexible having a private plane or my own plane. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just work, you know what I'm saying? Go down to fucking zero, get rid of as much as possible, increase flexibility as much as possible, And when you realize that you've hit your cap of flexibility, now you have a new goal, you know, something that can actually free you more. Oh, hey, how can I get more free? How can I have more freedom? Because ultimately, freedom is like your fucking number one commodity on this planet. You know what I mean? In my opinion. Magic says, let's all move to Cachemiro. Where's that? Christ consciousness style. I don't know where that is, but I want to move somewhere and start a village for sure. I think it'd be so cool. Lucy Young, welcome. Thank you for the hair compliment. Maya says, I'll send the article to the group if you don't mind. That would be perfect. Thank you so much. If you could share it in the main chat or the spiritual chat, whichever one. Max says, I think energetically the best places for me would be northern France or India. Yeah, dude. And the cool thing is that, you know what? It's fun to find out. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you learn to, like I said recently, like someone asked me, what's the key to manifestation? And I told them the key to manifestation is chaos. You know, if you can learn to thrive in chaos, if you can learn to be comfortable in an uncomfortable situation, if you can learn to enjoy adversity, then you can pretty much manifest anything. You know what I'm saying? You just take a fucking headfirst dive into the chaos and then you bask in it until it turns into what you want. And the cool thing is, like, you know, if it doesn't work out, do something else. So, bam, hit up northern France, try it out. If it's not your favorite place in the world, go to India, try it out. If it's not your favorite place in the world, try something else. And that's the beauty of flexibility. Eventually, you can find your spot. Like, right now, again, I'm not ultimately flexible. I'm tied by the dog. But recently, I was just some lady was like harassing me where I normally hang out. And I was like, you know what? I don't fucking need this shit. Fuck this. I'm driving to Santa Barbara. Bam. A couple hours later, I was in Santa Barbara. Never been there before. I was just like, hey, on the map. I was like, yeah, this is in range. I'll go check this out. It looks like the weather will be nice. Fuck. It's my new favorite place in the entire country of the United States. I made no plans, didn't hear anything about it, didn't have any reason. It was just literally on a fluke because I didn't really whatever. And now I'm only back because I loved it so much that I want to latch on to that degree of flexibility. You know, like, I want to be more flexible. I want to take my next step towards flexibility, which is getting rid of all my storages, because what the fuck do I need storages for? You know what I'm saying? Like, I could fucking get rid of all that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't need fucking, whatever, 300 square feet or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, or 900 square feet of fucking storage space. You know what I'm saying? Like, I probably could be fine with 25. You know, just to dump off some stuff so that I got some room. You know what I mean? But that's pretty much my whole thing there. Let's see. Oh, we're at the bottom of the chat, so I'm going to probably try to wrap this up, you guys, because it's been a pretty long stream again. Marie says, under quotes, you will own nothing and be happy. Always reminded me of how we're being conditioned to get subscriptions for increasingly more things and even more enslaved to pay for stuff on a monthly basis. And that's true. That's what they are actually trying to do, and that's what they are saying. But that's the beauty of what Max said, is that it's all in the mind, it's all whatever. See, what you just described is what they want, and that is what they're doing. But what I described earlier, where I said, shut down your bank accounts, get new bank account numbers, shut down your credit cards, get new credit card numbers, shut down your debit cards, get new debit card numbers, cut everybody off that's subtracting anything from your accounts, and fucking start over. Minimalistic. Have as little outflow as possible and start there. Cut, hack, slash, everything. Any outflow, stop it. Forget about making more inflow. For now. You can make more inflow later when you're finished, when you have found the bottom, the absolute minimum, most low stress, minimal overhead that you can possibly live off of. Once you found that place, then you can worry about increasing, and everything that you increase is a luxury at that point. It becomes a luxury. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful thing. And if you combine that with flexibility, it's freedom. It's closest freedom as we're going to get. And if I find a closer freedom, I will fucking share it with you because I love you people. But so far, this is what I've found. And this isn't me talking from like a position of, you know, like I've experienced it all. I've experienced it all. Like you know, it's one of the reasons why I understand the concept, or I really understand, like, you know, my higher self so well, is because I was always like that. Like I've reinvented myself so many times. I've had so many deaths and rebirths, and I've lived so many completely different lives, from, you know, being famous to being in prison to being poor to being rich, you know what I'm saying, to being popular to being unpopular, you know, to being loved to being hated. I've experienced it all. Not all, but you know what I'm saying, I've experienced a lot of different things, and I've done that intentionally. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm just like, oh, okay, I've been doing this for a while, I'm gonna try something else. Let's see what this is like. And through I've had these experiences to compare and contrast, and so far the minimalism thing is the thing that where I've found the most peace. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, and before that I would have said that it was being single and living in hotels and not having anywhere else any, you know, that was my most peace before. But I find more peace. You know what I'm saying? Like it's always more. There's another degree. You know what I'm saying? There's another degree. Max, you said you've never been on a flight in your life. Ooh, that's crazy. I've been on hundreds of flights. I've probably been on 300 or 400 flights. Cachemira is in India. Well, I'm going, and I'll tell you what, I'm gonna find a spot, and you guys are everyone's more than welcome to come visit in India, or even stay. We can go start we don't even have, we can start our own village. It'll be cool. So I'm with it. Why'd you never go on a flight, Max? Are you scared of flying? I have a brother-in-law that will not fly anywhere because he doesn't like planes. He's scared. Melanie says, it's great that you've now found momentum to go through your storages, sending lots of love, support, and motivating energy for that. Thank you so much. I need it because I'm dreading, it's the dread is firmly in place. I was going to work on it today, but I remembered I had to do the stream, so I was like, yeah, you know what? I'm going to take one more day to myself. Donna says, very long, much of which I missed, sadly. I'm sorry, I know it was a very long one, but we're trying to knock out these last 200 hours of watch time, so, you know, after that, I'll start maybe lower the duration and increase the frequency. I'm not saying for sure that's how it's going to go, but that's kind of the vision that I have in my mind, you know what I mean? Magic says, there's a myth, legend, conspiracy about Christ and Magdalene going there after resurrection. Yeah, I've heard that. And honestly, I have a whole weird theory. I don't want to like sound weird about this or whatever, but I actually think that, you know, it's possible that it's most likely that you know, quote unquote Christ consciousness, you know, they call that now because it's they're following up to Christ, but I think the original Christ consciousness that Jesus was actually experiencing was possibly a past life regression of his own when he realized his higher self, which was a Hindu god of sorts, or one of them. I don't know which one, but you know what I'm saying? Like or maybe not even Hindu, but a god of somewhere. Because all these gods, I believe in all of them. I think they're all real. I think they're all avatars of a higher god. You know what I'm saying? And they, you know, they respawn on Earth for whatever reason. And yeah, and sometimes that happens. I don't think that I am almost 100% sure. I can't draw any sources or whatever other than like my own feeling and intuition, but I truly honestly do not think that Christ was trying to create a religion in the way that what happened, or be worshipped and all that stuff. Like, I don't think that that was ever the goal, and I think that that's something that people did afterwards to, you know, weaponize the effect, the profound effect that he had on people's lives when he was alive, you know, and that you know, the weaponization of that was so effective that it's still holding weight today, except for that they've altered it enough in a way so that it's become something that has been misconstrued to confuse you know, peace of mind and non-action with being passive. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think that necessarily to be passive is a virtue. You know what I'm saying? Non-doing is a virtue. But, you know, passivity to me is not. So I think that that whole thing has been really just really mutated into something other than what it was originally supposed to be. But I do think that that was essentially what happened. I don't know if I should have even said that, but yeah, subscriptions are whack, Marie. I agree. Zana says she's due for some shredding. I agree. Well, I don't know what your situation is, but there's shredding always sounds good. I like shredding. I like the sound of that. Susan Larson says, dude, are you trying to make me unsubscribe your OnlyFans? No, I'm actually gonna go do some work on that here pretty soon, but you know, and especially, you know, everything that's recent on there and everything that's about to go on there, you know, it might not be like the high production value stuff, and I probably wasn't I was probably in some of the worst shape of my life in some of those recent updates, but the emotion and the stuff was real, because those were pretty much everyone that I've been posting recently, except for like, I think one, were like people that were all really close to me and that I like hung out with a lot, and you know, that's why I have like a lot of the same stuff with the same people and over again, because it was like really a good vibe, and we were like doing it for more than just the content. And so honestly, I don't know what the underside of that is, but it was pretty morally pure. You know what I'm saying? Medic says, I haven't renewed a contract in over 3 years because, you know, millennial digital nomad flexibility stuff. I totally agree. I get it. I support it. I don't know if agree was the word, but I support. Max says, I'm not scared of flying. I just never had the need to. I've only been to like 10 countries in Europe. Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah, Europe's awesome like that. I guess you guys can actually say I'm just a silly American. I forget that other places have alternate means of transportation aside from, you know, going in the poison tube, but yeah, that was just a demographical error on my beyond, you know, a perceptive error because I'm looking through my American glasses. But yeah, I love Europe for that too. That's so great. I'm constantly like on the fence because I don't like long flights. It's like I know I'm going to Asia, but I can't decide if I want to get there going east or west. You know what I mean? Because I'm in California, so I'm like, yeah, I could do like I could just go west, just hop the pond, but it's a big ass fucking pond. But I miss Europe so much too that a lot of times I think that, oh, maybe I would just go, maybe I'll just take the long way and go east. Do a quick little recap through Europe on the way, but with all the conflict and everything going on in the world, I'm also like, I don't know, trying not to operate on fear, but it is appealing to not fly over all the places that have the most like anti-aircraft missiles pointed upward right now. You know what I'm saying? And Zana's got way too many subscriptions. That's what she means. Yeah, I agree. Okay, so I made it to the bottom of the chat, you guys. That was however I don't know how many hours that is. I'm not gonna math it up right now, but it was a long one. I got a lot of love for you guys, and I'll stream again in a few days. See how this one does. Final note. Word of mouth is our friend here. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to rely on the social media networks and the companies and whatever to promote me or to put my content out there. I don't want to rely on it, and I also just don't expect it. Like, I've had a lot of bad experiences with this. I don't think that I'm, you know, super favored in the scale of you know, the powers that be that run the media in the world and all that. Like, I don't know if I'm one of their favorites anymore, but you know, word of mouth is our friend. So I would like to grow this movement that we got going on here, this little circle, and the way that I would preferably like to do that than any other way is through you all telling people with your mouth. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, whatever, send it. You can send it through the online too, but I mean, like, the idealistic way is, like, you know, the same reason why, you know, like, a lot of the religions have gotten really convoluted, and it's a little bit of a game of telephone. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that this can't end up being like that, but in my opinion of what I've observed, the ones that have been best preserved are the ones that didn't rely on things being written down or recorded, and that was passed down through word of mouth. So not only do I really honestly rely on you all to share these streams and whatever with other people, and ideally also to clip up the parts that meant the most to you or had the most effect on you and sharing them on whatever networks that you have, but also you know, to actually just share the knowledge or whatever verbally to other people as well, and just be like, you know, pass it down. Be like, hey, well, I heard this one time from this guy that's just hung like a manatee. No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm just kidding. Sorry, I had to throw a little humor in there. Anyways, I love you guys. I gotta go. I'm fucking talk too much. I'm not making any sense anymore. And I gotta pee. So, adios.